on Senate Bill 649, and you are the lone witness, so you can proceed. Take the time you need to present, again, Senate Bill 649.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am here. I'm Shelley Heddleman, Senator from District 11. Grateful to be here before EEE. I'm here to present Senate Bill 649, which, contrary to our Maryland General Assembly website, is a cross-file of a House Bill 969 that I'm working on with Delegate McCowan. As you may remember, we have been working on EV and EV infrastructure for a couple of years now, had a work group, and have been working with the Department of Agriculture. What this bill does is really just codify what is currently a couple of elements that are currently in the NIST handbook. As we continue to expand clean transportation options, EVs are an increasingly common and essential part of our transportation system. The way electricity is sold as vehicle fuel is currently unregulated in terms of the way that it's measured, displayed, and priced at retail fueling locations. This bill addresses key gaps in the system and establishes clear consumer protections and consistency. All it does, as I said, is to codify certain requirements that already exist in the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST handbook. First, it requires that the owner of the EV charge port display their name, contact information, et cetera, in a conspicuous place so that customers and the Department of Agriculture's Weights and Measures Department know who to contact in the event of an issue. And we all know that there are issues with many of our EV charging stations around this state. Second, it requires that electricity sold at these places is sold in units of kilowatt hours. These two things are literally the bare minimum in terms of standardization, but we think they're important to put into law. We want EV drivers to pull up next to an EV charge port and have the same confidence in that equipment that we all have when we pull into a gas station. Importantly, this bill doesn't mandate where or how many charging stations there should be. It rather supports a transparent and standardized marketplace. Maryland drivers and other out-of-state drivers should be confident in the pricing and measures of the EV fuel. This bill is a common-sense, consumer-focused bill that strengthens transparency in an industry that is still evolving. We do have some amendments. The committee has some of them, and we are also in the midst of working out some other potential amendments with the Department of Agriculture. So that is it in a nutshell. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you to Senator Heddleman. Any questions on Senate Bill 649? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 649.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we're going to go to Senator Brooks on Senate Bill 781. And Senator, we're going to call up your sponsor panelist is Secretary McElwain. I see you right in front of us. Secretary McElwain, come on up. Carlos Sanchez. Is Carlos? Okay. Carlos Sanchez here? Okay, Carlos, come on up. Christopher Haney. And then we have one virtual witness, Memoria. There's a virtual witness on the sponsored panel, Jennifer Kunze. We'll take her next. So we're going to start with your panel, Senator Brooks, and you're going to present Senate Bill 781, okay?
Okay, thanks, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of my committee. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. And thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 781, the Cherish Act. SB 781 is a comprehensive environmental justice bill that modernizes how Maryland evaluates and issues certain environmental permits in communities that have experienced disproportionately pollution burdens. This legislation builds on years of data, stockholders' engagement, and environmental justice mapping to ensure that our permitting framework fully accounts for cumulative impacts, not just single isolated emissions sources. Specifically, SB 781 requires the Maryland Department of the Environment to evaluate the cumulative environmental and public health impacts when reviewing applications for certain permits in designated overburdened communities. Rather than looking at facility in isolation, the department must assess existing pollution sources, health disparities, and environmental stressors already affecting the surrounding area. The bill establishes clear criteria for identifying overburdened and underserved communities using the objectives environmental justice indicators. It requires enhanced public notice and meaningful community engagement early in the permitting process, ensuring that residents have access to understandable information and real opportunity to participate before decisions are finalized. It also authorizes the department to impose additional conditions or deny a permit if the cumulative impact analysis demonstrate that approval would cause or contribute to disproportionate harm. Importantly, SB 781 does not halt responsible development statewide. It applies to specific permit categories and specific geographies where cumulative burdens are already documented. The goal is balanced. Also, economic activity to proceed with ensuring that communities that have historically carried more than their fair share of environmental harm are no further impacted without appropriate safeguards and accountability. This legislation has been the product of an extensive collaboration effort. The Coalition of Environmental Justice Advocates, community leaders, policy experts, and the Maryland Department of the Environment have worked diligently to refine the language, clarify implication standards, and ensure the bill is both legally sound and administratively workable. The forthcoming sponsor amendments package reflects that collaboration and strengthens the bill by incorporating technical feedback, improving clarity around permit applicability, and ensuring alignment with existing regulatory processes. SB 781 is also a priority of the Maryland Legislative Black Caucus, recognizing the long-standing environmental inequities that disproportionately affect Black and brown communities across our state. This legislation is rooted in equity, data, and accountability, and it represents a meaningful step toward ensuring that public health protections are applied fairly and consistently. Maryland has long been a leader in environmental policy. SB 781 ensures we continue that leadership by aligning our permitting decisions with modern environmental justice principles and that live reality of impacted communities. For this reason, I respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 781.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to you, Secretary McElwain. You could take the time you need to weigh in on Senate Bill 781.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's, again, always good to see you all. For the record, I am Serena McElwain, Secretary of Maryland's Department of the Environment, and I am here in support of Bill 0781, the Cherish Our Communities Act. And this bill, I just want to start by saying that this bill is about something very simple: fairness. Across Maryland, there are communities that have borne a heavier environmental burden for decades. More highways, more industrial facilities, more emission sources, often with fewer resources to even respond. This legislation asks us to acknowledge that reality when we are making permit decisions. Today, we evaluate projects largely one at a time, but families do not experience environmental exposure one permit at a time. They experience it cumulatively in their air, in their water, and in their health. This bill, it ensures that when we review certain permits in overburdened communities, we consider the full picture, not just a single facility in isolation. It does not stop development. It does not create a moratorium. It does not remove legal guardrails. What it does is align our decisions with data, transparency, and the lived experience of Marylanders. Some have suggested that this will harm economic development. I would respectfully say the opposite. Healthy communities are the foundation of long-term economic strength. Parents should not have to choose between jobs in their neighborhoods and the health of their children. Economic growth and environmental justice are not opposing forces. They are shared responsibilities. This bill gives communities a fighting chance, and it gives the department a structured, defensible framework that we can use for decision-making. It is time. It is overdue. It's time for us to move forward. And with that, I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. Okay, Senator Brooks, who would you like to designate to go next? It's your panel.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And each of you, after the secretary now, are going to be on we have a long day, going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? So, sir, why don't you want to start? Get the mic.
I pressed what you're not supposed to.
Don't touch it.
There we go, go ahead. Chair Feldman, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Dr. Chris Heaney, and as a public health scientist, educator, and associate professor of environmental health and engineering in the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and the co-chair of the Environmental Justice and Community Partnerships Committee of the Johns Hopkins University Sustainability Leadership Council, I'm here to express my strong support for the Cherish Our Communities Act, SB 0781. I've worked in the field of environmental health for 20 years, and I focus on helping communities improve the understanding of the disproportionate adverse health impacts of a range of pollutants from industrial activities. I see the public health impacts of these burdens every day in the research I lead through the Community Engagement Core of the Charm Center at Johns Hopkins, the Community Science Initiative for Environmental Justice, and whether it's from Nanjemoy to Lothian to the Mountain West, the Upper Potomac, Baltimore, or the Lower Eastern Shore, an all too familiar pattern emerges in the data. Those with the fewest resources and the most vulnerabilities consistently bear the greatest human health and economic burdens of pollution. It is not a burden that's borne historically equally by all. The Cherish Our Communities Act is an important opportunity to reverse that. As we heard from the Secretary, the current regulatory framework in Maryland regulates facilities one permit at a time. I'm going to highlight two experiences, one in South Baltimore and one on Maryland's Lower Eastern Shore, where our science is reacting to the reality of lived experiences of communities, having to go one fence line to the next fence line from facility to facility, seeking scientific and technical capacity to answer their questions. Is the air when it turns, is it harming my health? Is what I'm experiencing real? We've done that in South Baltimore where there's 70 facilities. Think about that, 70 facilities that are regulated for air pollution emissions. We, through our science, have shown that there is indeed coal dust in South Baltimore and that there's about $97 million a year annually in health burdens due to incineration in Baltimore. I'm here as a resource, and we would like to make ourselves available if you have any questions in the public health and the human harms.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sanchez, do you want to go next? And then we'll pick up the additional witnesses.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. My name is Carlos Sanchez. I am a resident of Baltimore City and a member of the South Baltimore Community Land Trust. I'm here today strongly in support of SB 0781, the Cherish Our Communities Act. I live in South Baltimore, a community on the front lines of industrial pollution. We are surrounded by major roadways, industrial facilities, and waste sites. For years, our neighborhoods have been carried the cumulative burden of toxic air and environmental contamination. These impacts are not abstract. We see them in high asthma rates, cardiovascular disease, and other chronic health conditions that disproportionately affect low-income communities and communities of color. And like the sponsor panel has said before, this bill is about fairness and prevention. It ensures that the Maryland Department of the Environment considers permits for certain polluting facilities and must take cumulative impacts into account. And right now, what that means for underground communities is that right now there's often no opportunity to comment on many permits to pollute, including more than half of air pollution permits. This bill guarantees meaningful public input and ensures that new polluters cannot be added, and they would if they were worsen disproportionate health burdens. It also provides tools to reduce pollution while existing permits are renewed. That's why together we were able to get the support of the SB 7 coalition to also be supportive of this bill, a coalition that represents all the 7 South Baltimore communities, because communities like ours should not continue to be treated as sacrifice zones. And this bill gives us a voice and a path forward to healthier futures. That is why together we respectfully urge a favorable vote. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to the side of the table.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon. For the record, I am Anika Atkinson, the Assistant Secretary of the Maryland Department of Environment, leading the Office of Environmental Justice. Maryland lawmakers have made strides in environmental justice through impactful decisions, such as the codification of the Commission of Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities, the passing of Senate Bill 818 of 2022, creating the Environmental Justice Screening Tool, and most recently, Governor Moore signed the Voice Executive Order, valuing opportunity, inclusion, and community equity. These shifts represent a strategic pivot in Maryland statutory and regulatory philosophy based on equitable environmental access. Since 2024, the Office of Environmental Justice has been working with community members, business, and state departments in order to do what is right for communities across the state. Over the past year, community members in the department have worked hand in hand drafting SB 781 into a solid foundation for environmental equity. Collectively, we have refined the scope of the bill to concentrate on pollution sources directly affecting communities while recognizing the limit of state government resources in a time where they are under attack at the federal level. We have streamlined the burden report process to ensure that pertinent information will be available for applicants on MD EnviroScreen without the risk of delay in permit review time turnarounds. The Cherish Our Community Act codifies the principle that no Marylander's zip code should dictate their health outcomes. I respectfully ask for a favorable report on SB 781. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jeremy Baker on behalf of the Department of the Environment. I'm just here to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, questions for the sponsor, Senator Brooks, or any of the panelists? Yes, Senator Simonero.
Thank you for being here. I don't ask many questions here.
That's good. This is your opportunity to make up for lost time. Okay.
I just have a couple questions and looking for brief answers, not long, because we have a long day here. But let's first start with the sponsor. Appreciate the bill. And I saw there's significant opposition. When you said you worked with stakeholders, were you able to work with any of them and help them get closer to a yes?
Yes, we were. And there will be forthcoming amendments. Yeah, we've worked very diligently with them.
Okay.
So yes.
Okay, great to hear. And then secondly, can one of you just give me a real high-level process? I have a new application. Just walk me through what that does to get the permit. Just okay. They make an application. Just real quick, the overall process.
Okay. You want to go through?
Okay, we should answer that. But can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, well, actually, let me just let you answer that, Anika, please.
All right. Yeah, so if you have a new facility coming into a certain census tract or a census tract that would be defined as at risk, in addition to our normal environmental process, you would have to complete a burden report to identify the existing burdens in the community by which you are proposing the facility. You would be able to utilize MD EnviroScreen, that's the Environmental Justice Screening Tool, to get all the pertinent information needed for that report. You would also be able to use other external databases like OpenMDE to produce information needed to write that report for your applicant. After that was done, you would submit your application. We would review that and work with the applicant if they haven't done so prior to meeting us to either mitigate their impacts if we find that they are causing or contributing, so that they can eventually get a permit issued by our office.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Senator Brooks, I want to thank you because it's not just black and brown communities. My community is surrounded by issues. I've been dealing with this for years, so I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to the rest of the testimony and hearing it, but thank you for this effort.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, additional questions for the panel or the sponsor? Okay, oh, I'm sorry, Senator Hester, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary, Senator Brooks. I was just curious, I missed the very beginning of the hearing, and under the definition of, covered, does it include, either energy or energy generation or data centers? Would those fall underneath the scope of the bill?
Okay, I'll be addressing that part with the other part of the bills, Bill 780, the energy, the CPCN portion of that. Okay, yes.
Okay, additional questions? Oh, well, yes, so my apologies. We do have a virtual witness as part of your panel, and we're going to take Jennifer Kunze.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, Jennifer, you're on the up to 2-minute clock, and you're signed up as part of Senator Brooks's panel, and you're straight favorable, so you can start.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Jennifer Kunze, Maryland Organizing Director with Clean Water Action, and I'm a resident of Baltimore City in District 45. Clean Water Action and Centro de Apoyo Familiar together co-facilitate the Maryland table of the Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition, the coalition of frontline community groups and close partners that developed the Cherish Act package as it is going to be reflected in the forthcoming sponsor amendments. And it has unified sign-on testimony from 84 organizations across the state. And the Cherish Act takes best practices from 3 bills that have already passed in New Jersey, Minnesota, and New York. It defines a geographic area based on pollution and health metrics from MDE's EnviroScreen tool and says that inside of that geographic area, certain permits need extra scrutiny and input for the community, something that's currently missing for some air permits. Then it tasks the state with making a science-based, data-based deliberative determination. Would issuing this permit cause an inequitable, disproportionate pollution and health burden on that community relative to the rest of the state? If and only if the answer to that question is yes, the Cherish Act says that we cannot add that pollution to that community. And that's something that the New Jersey, Minnesota, and New York bills all have in common, because we cannot keep piling more pollution onto communities when we know for a fact it would cause inequitable, disproportionate harm. That would be the definition of environmental injustice. And the Cherish Act, again, as it is in the sponsor amendment package forthcoming, is the result of really hard-won consensus that we really deeply appreciate, and the culmination of work that's been ongoing since 2014's SB 706. So this is a long time coming. And I am also here to answer any technical questions, although those may have already been addressed to the panel in person. So thank you so much.
Okay, now let's take questions for Senator Brooks or the entire panel, including our virtual witness. Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Senator Brooks. Thank you, Madam Secretary, and the rest of the panel. I'm going to now call up a panel of favorables. Okay, let's go with Angie McCarthy here. Is Ms. McCarthy here? Come on up. This could be a panel. I'm going to hear your name. Come on up until we fill the table up. Tiffany Thompson. Frederick Johnson III. Rebecca Rare. Okay, Rebecca. Keep going. Valkyria Poole. Okay, we got Phil Reynolds here. Mr. Reynolds, we got one more seat. Nika Duquette Randolph. Okay, that's the whole table. And this is, again, a panel of favorables. We will get to is unfavorable testimony as well, so we'll get to that. But let's start, why don't we start on this side and we'll just go down the table, okay? So take the mic and put it close. Each of you are going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, and you're all signed up favorable. So why don't you proceed? Tell us who you are.
Thank you, Chair Feldman and the rest of the committee. My name is Angie McCarthy, and I am the Maryland Conservation Advocate for Nature Forward. We are the oldest independent environmental nonprofit in the DMV, and I am here to represent our 30,000 members. As part of my role, I also serve as the co-chair for Marylanders of Data Center Reform, a coalition which is tasked with responsible, transparent, and fair data center legislation. We have been told time and time again that we will not be able to ensure that fair, transparent, and just data center development until Cherish is passed. In the counties I serve, of Montgomery County and Prince George's County, we are already paying the price for Northern Virginia's diesel generators, and if we wish to halt that public health subsidization, and we need to pass Cherish. And in Montgomery County, we are paying to the tune of $20 million in socialized public health costs, and in Prince George's County, up to $9 million a year in public health costs associated with those diesel generators. As we all know, these socialized costs are being felt by our most vulnerable communities. Maryland cannot begin to halt and reverse the public health impacts from data center development on underserved and overburdened communities without Cherish. With that in mind, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Frederick Johnson, the policy analyst for the Center of Engagement, Environmental Justice and Health, Empowering Communities, here in favor of Cherish. One thing my director, Dr. Shakobi Wilson, speaks about is having a symphony of solutions. And Cherish's instrument is the main instrument in making sure that we're able to achieve a symphony of solutions to achieve a sustainable and protected Maryland. Right now, more than half of air pollution permits in the state are not subject to public participation, public comment periods, and hearings, because they have been left out of Subtitle 6 of the environmental article, which defines the public participation process. State law says that of air pollution permits, only permits for initial construction are subject to public participation requirements under Subtitle 6. Title 5 air pollution permit renewals fall under federal requirements for public participation, but state-issued air pollution permit renewals, which is more than half of all air permit renewals, have no public process at all. This in itself is a huge environmental injustice. The Cherish Act fixes this. We're all here to make sure that we are in favor for the health of all communities across the state and the people you all represent. We want to make sure that is a priority for the future of this great state. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rare?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Rebecca Rear, Director of Climate Policy and Justice for Maryland LCV. SB 781, the Cherish Our Communities Act, and its companion, SB 780, is a Maryland LCV and environmental community priority. The first cumulative impact bill was introduced in Maryland in 2014. SB 706 was championed by Senator Benson. This legislative concept originated with issues identified in Cedar Heights and Sheriff Road in Prince George's County. And then from 2015 to 2018, we saw further iterations of this bill. We tried different approaches to environmental justice and cumulative impacts, narrowing the scope, trying to find a version that would pass in the face of major opposition then from labor and the construction industry. The Cherish Act today is a continuation of the work started more than a decade ago. Since then, Maryland has developed an EJ mapping tool and requires some environmental justice information be included in some types of permit applications, but we have fallen behind other states like New Jersey, New York, Minnesota, in implementing meaningful laws that give regulatory agencies authority to make decisions based on this information. In closing, I also want to point you to several testimonials from Chispa Maryland Promotoras. Chispa Maryland works closely in communities across Baltimore, Prince George's, and Montgomery counties with Latino communities who are concerned about environmental degradation and air pollution. Thank you, and we urge a favorable report on SB 781 with the sponsors' clarifying amendments.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Valkyria Poole. I'm the president and founder of Centro de Apoyo Familiar, one of the co-chair for the Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition, along the way with CWA. As my colleagues has mentioned in the past, we're representing here a community that is largely being affected by the air pollution that has been going on in the Prince George's County. We are hoping through this Sheriff Act that we're going to be able to see a difference and hold some of these companies accountable. We are here. I'm not alone. I'm grateful to have an amazing representation of the community, parents, pastors, leaders of the community. If they would like to stand up, please. I would like to recognize each and every one of them who are here, small children with their parents that are here to support this. We believe that air quality should be something that everybody should be able to enjoy. Along the way with the Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition and a lot of the other colleagues that are here, we have been able to get the support from over 84 agencies that also were able to sign on this petition, and also along the way with the community as a whole. I know that one of the greatest things that CAF like to do, and we know how to do well, is community organizing. So we have a large population in the community that are ready to say we here and we are supporting the Sheriff Act. So today we would love for you to be able to support this bill and be able to find a favorable voice from your part. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Phil Reynolds, and I represent the Maryland Episcopal Public Policy Network. I'm a member of St. Anne's Parish here in Annapolis, and I spent about 35 years with the United Nations on environmental projects. And I've seen the impact of environmental pollution on communities, on poor communities around the world. This is an issue which I understand and feel strongly about. The Episcopalian Church affirms that no community, especially communities living in poverty, should bear the heaviest burden of environmental pollution, degradation, and illness. These are places where asthma rates are high, where hazardous facilities cluster, where families live with the cumulative weight of stressors that would never be tolerated elsewhere. SB 781 finally acknowledges that reality exists and responds with tools equal to the challenge. It authorizes the Department of Environment to require that permits that increase pollution also include pollution mitigation members. And it strengthens public participants so the residents most affected have a meaningful voice in it. People of faith, we believe this bill reflects our shared moral responsibility. It aligns with the conviction that every Marylander deserves clean air, safe water, and healthy environment, regardless of their zip code. For the sake of public health, environmental justice, and the dignity of every community in our state, the Maryland Episcopalian Public Policy Network requests a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the final witness on the panel.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nika Duckett-Randolph, and I am the resident environmentalist at Out for Justice, a member-led grassroots organization dedicated to engaging, educating, and empowering communities to build power to dismantle harmful systems of oppression. Out for Justice strongly supports the Cherish Act bill packages. As an organization that has long advocated for the rights and dignity of individuals impacted by the criminal justice system, Out for Justice proudly stands at the intersection of environmental justice and criminal justice reform. The carceral system and environmental injustice are not separate, isolated systemic issues. They are inextricably linked, particularly for impoverished communities of color and more specifically Black communities. OFJ understands the carceral community to be a frontline environmental justice community. Black and brown individuals who have been criminalized, especially from within Baltimore's Black butterfly neighborhoods, often face compounded environmental hazards both within and outside the prison walls. Public safety must be understood not only as crime prevention, but as protection from preventable harm. Environmental degradation destabilizes communities. When stormwater systems fail, families lose homes. When air pollution increases, asthma rates rise. When water systems are compromised, public health emergencies follow. Community input is essential to addressing these challenges effectively. Residents possess critical localized knowledge about flooding patterns, pollution exposure, infrastructure weakness, and cumulative environmental impacts. Without structured and meaningful opportunities for community participation, state-level decisions risk overlooking real-world conditions on the ground. When communities are heard early and often, projects are better designed, environmental risks are more accurately assessed, public opposition decreases, and implementation becomes more efficient and equitable. For these reasons, Out for Justice respectfully urges a favorable report on cherished bills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take questions for this panel. Okay, seeing none, thank you all for your testimony. So we're going to take a few more witnesses in the favorable amendment category, and then we're going to move to unfavorables after that. So let's, I'm going to call Rachel Castile. Is Rachel here? Is Ruth Ann Norton or Micah Anglo here on her behalf? Okay, and then Michael Middleton here. Jeff Tosey, I see Jeff. Jacoby Wilson. Okay. Okay, that's going to be the extent. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. A favorable and then favorable to amendment testimony, and then we'll. I'm sorry? They're calling me? Okay. Okay, I have to go to the Finance Committee and present my own bill, so I've been hearkened up there. And so I'm going to turn it to the Vice Chair.
Okay. Is there an order, Senator Brooks, that you want to take these witnesses, or should we just go down the line? Let's do it. Why don't you kick us off?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rachel Castile, and I'm a resident of Wicomico County. For far too long, the health of those who bear the externalized cost of polluting industries have not been taken into holistic consideration before further impacts cause undue harm. By strengthening environmental justice considerations in permitting, Cherish ensures that regulators and residents see tools like the Maryland EJ Tool report early in the process, recognize those already overburdened or underserved, and provide authority to deny permits that would add to this disproportionate stressors and reduce existing pollution over time. As someone who lives in a community that is both overburdened and underserved, already ranking above the 80th and 90th percentile in multiple burden indicators, permitting decisions must account for the totality of stressors that residents face. Leaving out broader burden analysis continues to leave us underprotected from cumulative environmental and health impacts. We shoulder the pollution burdens and negative health impacts that CAFOs and their associated infrastructure have both on humans and the environment. Cherish ensures we are not asked to absorb additional pollution without meaningful review, participation, and accountability. I know firsthand what it's like to be unable to step outside with my family and enjoy the first beautiful spring day because the wind hits you just the wrong way, that the day is cut short by crippling headache, nausea, dizziness, and we can't bear to be outside breathing it. I can share the stories from residents and visitors alike driving down our beautiful back roads in Wicomico County, forced to pull over in their cars and vomit because of debilitating odors and noxious symptoms. The Eastern Shore has some of the state's highest emergency department visits for asthma and some of the highest rates of cancer. My community alone is made up of 3-time cancer survivors, veterans living with asbestosis, asthmatic adults, and children, all on the front lines of the state's most polluting industries. We deserve to be considered, and we also deserve to be protected. We urge your favorable support of SB 781, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Castile. Next witness, sir. Welcome.
Vice Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Micah Anglin, and I'm a policy analyst with the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. On behalf of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, I urge a favorable report on SB 781, the Cherish Our Communities Act. This bill strengthens Maryland's environmental protection framework by requiring cumulative impact review when certain pollution permits are proposed in communities that already carry disproportionate environmental burdens. The neighborhoods subject to this bill are the neighborhoods GHI serves every day. These are communities with aging housing stock, high energy burdens, elevated asthma rates, and long-standing exposure to industrial pollution. When additional pollution is approved without considering cumulative harm, it compounds existing risks. It does not occur in isolation. It directly affects family health and housing stability. At GHI, we see what happens when environmental hazards are reduced. Our whole house interventions in Baltimore have produced measurable results. A 66% reduction in asthma-related hospitalizations, a 30% reduction in emergency room visits, a 62% increase in school attendance, and a 99% reduction in childhood lead poisoning. But these gains are fragile if permitting decisions continue to layer new pollution into the same communities. Maryland experiences 20,000 asthma-related emergency department visits and nearly 2,000 hospitalizations each year. Black children face asthma emergency visits at rates several times higher than their white counterparts. These disparities are not random. They reflect cumulative environmental exposure. The Cherish Act does not ban development. It does not halt housing construction. It ensures that when new or expanded facilities are proposed in already overburdened communities, the Maryland Department of Environment must evaluate cumulative harm and meaningfully involve the public. This is about transparency, accountability, and protecting community health. GHI respectfully urges a favorable report on SB 781. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair, rest of the committee. My name is Dr. Jacoby Wilson. I am director of CGINC, and I'm a professor at University of Maryland College Park. I'm an environmental health scientist that I've been working in Maryland on environmental justice issues since 2011. We've done work to really provide the weighted evidence, the research base for the Cherish Act. In Prince George's County, where I live, I'm a Bowie resident, we found high levels of particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, and black carbon in communities like Cheverly due to medical recyclers, warehouse activities, and truck traffic. We collaborate on that project with MDE. We currently have an ongoing air quality monitoring project funded by the EPA to look at the cumulative impacts of volatile organic compounds, ozone, particulate matter, black carbon, and other contaminants in Cheverly and Seat Pleasant, Fairmont Heights. We call that area the quadrant. Also in South Baltimore in collaboration with Johns Hopkins and the center, the Charm Center. In addition to Turner Station, where you had the ship crash. So if you think about these communities, they've been overburdened by industrial uses and also air pollution, as I just explained. We've also contributed to the body of evidence to help build Maryland's Enviro Screen. We built the first tool, one of the oldest tools in the country, Maryland EJ Screen, which really looks at the cumulative burden, and you can visualize environmental justice in these various communities. And so we have been working with MDE as a team. We've been working with the Cherish Act Coalition, and so we will be there to support MDE as it continues to expand its tool. So when you think about these issues, why is it important? We have kids who have been exposed to air pollution, and as I already said, they have adverse health outcomes. You see children with asthma, 30% of that asthma could be attributed to, when the ER visits could be attributed to the exposure to air pollution. So states like, as I already stated, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Minnesota, Colorado have already moved forward with cumulative impacts. We need to see that happen in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson. Wrapping up, Jeff Tosi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jeff Tosi, representing the Maryland Environmental Service. As a reminder, we operate many facilities that would be impacted by the provisions in the bill. We do support the idea of broadening the scope of the considerations during the permitting process. We think that's important for a lot of the reasons that have already been stated, but we are requesting an amendment to the bill. The bill will require that MDE deny a permit unless the applicant can demonstrate that the activity requiring the permit serves a compelling public interest in the at-risk census tract for which the activity is taking place. It's kind of a word sandwich there. Basically, it's a very high standard to meet, and if you cannot demonstrate the compelling public interest component, MDEE, by the terms of the bill, is required to deny the permit. And some of the factors in the burden report that are required to be considered or that will be considered, and I'll quote from the bill, page 12, lines 5 through 8, that the EJ score from the census tract within a 1.5 mile radius, which by the way is a 7 square mile area, of the boundary of the facility. So what does that mean? For MES, that means we operate wastewater treatment plants at 3 state prisons, Hagerstown, Jessup, and Somerset County. If we cannot and we will not be able to demonstrate that the wastewater treatment plants serving the correctional institutions have a compelling public interest to operate those on behalf of the citizens surrounding those facilities, there's no way we're going to be able to meet that standard, and therefore MDE will be required to deny the permit under the bill. So we're requesting that MDE have a little bit more autonomy and discretion with respect to permit denials, basically changing the shall to a may. And with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tosi. Before we go to questions, I saw that Ruth Ann Norton just arrived. She is favorable. So, Ms. Norton, you have up to 2 minutes.
I don't need up to 2 minutes. I think you heard from the brilliant Micah Anglin on our team, and we are just here because we think that the passage of Senate Bill 781.
Ruth Ann, could you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry about that. I apologize, Chair. I am Ruth Ann Norton. I'm the president and CEO of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. Honored to be in front of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity. We are in strong support of 781. It will drive better opportunities for public health and environmental quality in the state. And you've heard testimony from the brilliant panel here, so I'm just a Me Too today.
All right. We love Me Too's on a busy day. Colleagues, we'll take questions. Just a reminder that the first 3 witnesses, as we look at the panel, the first 3 to the left are favorable. The second 2 gentlemen are favorable with amendments. So any questions for Senator Croza for any of those witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Ms. Castile, your testimony mentions nearby communities have no opportunity to give public comment on several types of permits. And then you go on to also mention the concentrated animal feeding operations, kind of leaving the impression that there's no public notice there. Are you aware that there is public comment during permitting process and during the renewal of the CAFO permits?
Yes, I'm aware
okay.
of that.
It's just the way your testimony was leaving the impression that you were not aware.
If you would just pull the microphone over so you can be officially heard with the response to Senator Croza.
Yes, thank you, Senator Croza. I am aware of that. I am indicating more in my testimony that it should be looked at holistically with the cumulative impacts that we face and the burden that we face.
I just think it's important when, you actually bolded the one section, really kind of leaving the impression that there was no public comment period when it comes to the concentrated feeding operations. So I think it's important to get that on the record that those we do have public comment period for both the permitting process and the renewal of the permit.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Senator Croza. Colleagues, any other questions? Seeing none, you all are excused. We're going to shift now to opponents of the bill. I want to call up Mike O'Halloran, Karen Sanu, or Kamita Gray, Lisa Auchenshert, Dominic Butchko, Lori Graff. Let's see how close we are to filling up those seats. Yeah. We've got a couple more after that if we can all squeeze on. Dominic, Lori. Tom, why don't you come up and join them? Tom Ballantyne. Hannah Allen. Hannah, why don't you come on up? All right, Dominic, since you're in position 1, why don't you kick us off? Up to 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with Mako here in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 781. So I'm going to refer you really to our written testimony here. Local governments were the operators of significant infrastructure, and this bill as drafted would delay both the implementation of that, but also the operation and renewal. Just broadly, this would cover wastewater treatment facilities, most of our DPW facilities and garages, most school bus maintenance facilities, locally operated transit systems, water transportation, as well as municipal waste, including recycling facilities. Talking with the sponsor and MDE, it doesn't appear the intent was to be this broad to include all of this local infrastructure. So we are working with both the sponsor and MDE on amendments to clarify that. So while we are opposed to the legislation as drafted, I'm pretty confident we're going to work with the good senator and find a middle ground here. Thank you.
I love the optimism. Thank you, Mr. Butchko. Love that. Ms. Auchenshire?
Yes, hi, I'm Lisa Oxenhurt. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Municipal Wastewater Agencies, or MAMWA, and the Maryland Municipal Stormwater Association, or MAMSA. And we also are respectful opposed for many of the reasons that Don mentioned. MAMWA includes many of the state's publicly owned treatment works, and MAMSA is comprised of local government leaders whose responsibility includes stormwater management. I think, as Don said, this is just a matter of scope. We don't see the connection between those necessary, essential public facilities and the public health impacts that the bill suggests. So we look forward as well to being part of the conversation, and thank you for having me.
Great. Lots of hopefulness. Lori Graff, you're up next. Let's see if we can continue this.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I think we will continue this. I'm a CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association, and we do appreciate the attempt, I believe, to get housing exempted out of here. We have the general permits as not part of this, but we still have some concerns about the scope. There is some mention of individual permits and some other things in the bill, so we wanted to just have some clarifying language on that. So we do have some concerns. There's always unintended consequences when you have a very broad scoping bill, and that's one of our concerns. So we'd like to keep working at it and see if we can come to some common ground. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Ballantyne with NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here, respectfully in opposition to Senate Bill 781. The threshold score in the environmental justice screening tool of 75 coincides with large sections of growth areas in Baltimore City, Montgomery, Prince George's, Baltimore, Howard, Anne Arundel, Harford, and Cecil counties. For example, the University of Maryland College Park campus scored 85.9 out of 100. The adjacent Discovery Innovation District, where our members have developed buildings and host federal government agencies, university research centers, and tech companies, scored 79.2. The Columbia Gateway Corporate Business Park in Howard County, home to 400 cybersecurity, defense contracting, life sciences businesses, scored 78.1. So my point here, and our point, is that these results indicate that the screening tool is too sensitive, and it shouldn't be relied upon solely without integrating local land use considerations and other data sources. The bill's scope has been narrowed. The removal of construction general permits for stormwater is an improvement, but there are many uses inside the industrial general permit for stormwater that are fairly low intensive and common uses. Apartment buildings, hotels, bakeries, colleges, swim clubs, golf courses, things that should be located in growth areas. And we recommend a timing adjustment here, that the suitability of land uses should be considered well before the permit stage in the land use planning and comprehensive planning set of during that process. So for those reasons, we're recommending an unfavorable report, but as you work through this, we're happy to participate. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Hannah Allen here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I have not seen the amendments, so my comments are really just on the bill as introduced. I would be more than happy to talk to the bill sponsor further about the amendments and work with you on that. And I want to also recognize that we certainly support the importance of what this bill is doing, right? We are not here in opposition to the intent at all. It is really just about how the bill is going about achieving achieving some of these goals. One of the things I've heard about the most are permitting timelines. How will this affect permitting timelines? What will that really look like in practice? I think a lot of those questions still remain, so I'd love to continue the conversation there. I'll also note the bill, something Mr. Tosi, I believe, touched on. The bill requires MDE to deny permits if cumulative burdens are found unless the applicant demonstrates a compelling public interest. That term is undefined in the bill and generally understood to represent a very high legal standard. There really are no clear standards or thresholds for how cumulative burdens and impacts are weighed. So that's created some uncertainty, I think, and would love to work on clarifying that. And then I'll just touch on the penalties listed in the bill, the 75% penalty increase for any violation in an at-risk census tract. So in Maryland's current enforcement framework, penalties are generally based on things like compliance history, efforts to mitigate how quickly a violator corrects their issues, the nature and extent of violations, et cetera. If someone, has an air quality violation because they operated equipment outside of their permit conditions or failed to submit timely emissions reports, currently they would be held liable for a civil penalty of up to $25,000 a day per violation. With this bill, with a 75% penalty increase, if they are located in an at-risk census tract, we're talking about almost $44,000 in penalties per day per violation. So maybe there is some room to talk about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Halloran, why don't you wrap up this panel?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, the Mid-Atlantic Propane Gas Association. You have our written testimony in front of you. So on behalf of Maryland's energy marketers, which operate bulk fuel terminals and energy logistics facilities across Maryland, our members respectfully oppose Senate Bill 871 and do request an unfavorable report. Like others on this panel, I do want to acknowledge the sponsor, especially the sponsor's responsiveness to some of our issues, and certainly look forward to continuing those conversations. As I said, you do have our written testimony. I just want to draw, anecdotally speaking, but also just kind of make you all familiar on our association's role in this. Our members' bulk terminal operations serve as a midstream repository in the liquid fuel industry. So they are not energy generating facilities or large scale emitters. Instead, and in simplest terms, they are heavily regulated storage facilities for the fuel we use to drive our cars, heat our homes, and cook hot meals. Speaking with some of our members, the way they interpret this bill and the way it would impact them in real life scenarios, especially those that are on either 3 and sometimes even 5-year permit cycles, they would essentially be doing a burden report year-round all the time because some of the requirements of this burden report that would need to be submitted. Certainly an idea around that, and I'm sure the sponsors heard about it, but somehow exempting or removing permit renewals from the process, I think would go a long way into relieving some of those concerns. But with that, we do respectfully request an unfavorable report, but we do look forward to also working with the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. O'Halloran. Before we go to questions, I just want to give a final call out to Karen Sonu or Kamita Gray. Okay, they are not with us. Sorry? Got it. Okay. Okay, so questions for the opponents. Senator Simoner.
I was going to give the sponsor first chance, but so it sounds like you all have been working with the sponsor and you have some good ideas and reasonable clarifications, and I do support that. I did want to follow up with Tom. You raised objections to basically the core of the bill that the rates are too sensitive. What rate do you think is not too sensitive? I don't know enough about how the screening tool works, but I just know that it lights up locations that you wouldn't consider to be at-risk zip codes. And that's why I used some of those examples today in my testimony. Okay, because I know there are areas, and my district is one of them, where it's a lot easier to dump in a place where you've already been dumping into
you get less resistance instead of going to a posh area. And we've seen the cumulative effect. So would you agree that while you could put one entity there, it's not that big of a deal environmentally, but the cumulative impact would have a tremendous impact on the community?
Would I agree that the cumulative impact?
Right, so you could get, not you personally, but you could have a entity built in a place, and it's within the environmental ranges of certain things, but when you start putting 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 of those together, would you agree the cumulative effect can have an adverse effect on that community?
It could, but it's really a land use decision and a zoning disbursement kind of question, I think. This bill's been in front of the General Assembly in different forms since, the late 90s. And the challenge has always been, how do you measure cumulative impacts and how do you compensate for them permit by permit, which really is the end of the process, right? And especially if it's at renewal for an existing use that's already there. The standards that are mentioned in the bill aren't very well defined, and it's really an uncertain kind of process to enter at all as a regulated entity.
And I'm not an expert in this area, but did you say there's already a current process to take into account cumulative impact?
No, I said there is not. There's not a methodology to do it.
Okay.
But
I'm just talking from our personal experience with my constituents. And we just dealt with one over the last 2 years where it was very easy just to pile on to our community, and our community didn't feel like they had a voice in it. So they had to come to the state senator and delegates to raise that issue where they stopped putting it there.
I think,
and so that's what I think at least my interest in this bill is to, like I said, it's easy to put in areas that are already overburdened. And this is kind of like spread the pain almost around. So we can talk more offline. But
I think if I could, Senator, I think the TMDL and air quality standards are a cumulative impact sort of measurement. It's just done on a broader basis than individual site-specific permitting decisions.
TMDL being the total maximum daily load.
I'll put $1 in the acronym jar.
Thank you. $1 in the jar. You're going to buy us a bunch of beers after session here. Senator Croso, followed by Senator Watson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And I appreciate the testimony, we have a variety of opposition here across the board, but trying to understand, we always try to relate these type of bills to our home area. And I'm concerned as I'm going through and trying to read all the testimony about some of the unintended consequences, whether it's, in our, especially in our rural farm areas. And Dom, I know you representing all of MACO, but you're also familiar with the impacts on different parts of the state. Could you just elaborate a little bit about some of the concerns about some of these unintended consequences on the shore?
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Senator. So we were actually supplied a map from MDE, and I mean, anyone can go and look it up. They took a screenshot of their EJ screening tool, and the entire eastern shore lights up. In fact, the only areas of the eastern shore that don't light up are the ones that will soon be inundated with sea level rise. And so what this means, it's true though, if you compare this map to the NOAA maps, under this legislation as drafted, it would make it near impossible to, build future infrastructure, expand future infrastructure, et cetera. We are working with the senator to address that. That's not the intent of this legislation, but this bill will have a particular impact on the shore where it will be hard to operate basic government facilities. In addition to that, there's a question of agricultural land and what this legislation would do to that. So the idea behind this is there are certain facilities in the state and maybe they're having an impact on communities and we should move those facilities. But are we then saying that, those areas are also where the population is, where the existing infrastructure is? And so is the new policy of the state going to take virgin land and turn that into some, high polluting infrastructure that we actually need for a society to function? Again, we're working with the sponsor to address that, but those are our acute concerns as drafted.
Those are pretty significant issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Croza. And all of that was horrifying to think about. So thank you, Mr. Butchko. Senator Watson?
Thank you. Question for you, Mr. Ballantyne. So, you know, I struggle with trying to rationalize the good intent of a bill with the unintended consequences. So with, and it really struck me when you talked about the current tool may be overly sensitive and impact a variety of areas. Have you looked at those areas and kind of bounce that off the median income of those areas? Because I'm curious to know, we always think it's a burden to low-income families, and I would love to know, is that a real true statement, or is it spread over, you know, more affluent communities? Did you do that type of analysis?
I don't know. The scores are blended, and they have many attributes brought together. I don't know the answer to your question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I see no other questions from colleagues on this bill. Thank you, witnesses. Thank you, Senator Brooks. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 781. We're going to see a lot of familiar faces, I think, for the next bill hearing. 780, Senator Brooks, you're back up. And we'll bring up Angie McCarthy, Frederick Johnson, Iman Habib, Rebecca Rear, and John Garofalo. If you all want to grab 5 seats. And let's give it a moment, and then Senator Brooks, you may begin your testimony. The names that I said were Angie McCarthy, Frederick Johnson, Iman Habib, Rebecca Weir, and John Garofalo. We do have some others who will be called for a second panel. Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, Senator Brooks, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair and my committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 780, the cherished CPCN. This legislation is a critical companion to my SB 781, the one you just heard, and addresses a long-standing gap in how major energy projects are approved in Maryland. Together, these two bills form a comprehensive cherished legislative package addressing environmental justice in Maryland, Maryland's permitting and energy siting processes. SB 780 specifically reforms the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, or better known as the CPCN process, administered by the Maryland Public Service Commission. A CPCN is required before certain large energy generation and transmission facilities can be constructed in the state. These decisions have long-term consequences for public health, environmental quality, land use, and community stability. SB 780 embeds environmental justice principles directly into that process. Under current law, the CPCN determination does not adequately account for cumulative environmental and public health burdens in communities that are already overburdened by pollution. Projects are often evaluated individually without fully considering existing sources of pollution, historic inequities, and documented health disparities. SB 780 closes that gap by requiring the Commission to evaluate cumulative impacts in designated overburdened communities as part of the CPCN determination. It aligns the CPCN process with Maryland's environmental justice framework and ensures that infrastructure siting decisions reflect the totality of environmental and public health conditions in affected areas. This remains a priority of the Legislative Black Caucus and represents a meaningful step toward correcting long-standing inequities in how infrastructure decisions are made in Maryland. The sponsor amendments addresses technical and legal issues corrects significant drafting errors and unintentionally altered the coalition's original intent and conforms shared provisions with the SB 781, including geographic scope definition and burden report requirements to ensure consistency across the Cherish package. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 780.
Thank you, Senator Brooks.
Yes.
You good with just going down the line here? Do you have a particular order? Want to start with Rebecca?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Welcome to EEE. You may begin, and you have up to 2 minutes.
Greetings, Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Iman Habib. I'm a climate policy analyst with Progressive Maryland. We are a member-led working class power building organization tackling a wide range of issues, including environmental justice. We have over 125,000 members all across Maryland with significant bases in Baltimore City as well as the Eastern Shore and Montgomery, Frederick, Prince George's, and Harford counties. Progressive Maryland is in strong support of SB 780. From our work on the ground, we hear member stories every day about the cumulative burdens inflicted on communities by surrounding industries. To put this into perspective, Cherry Hill, Westport, and Brooklyn neighborhoods in Baltimore City all have overall environmental justice scores of 98 or above, meaning that the residents in these areas have a higher pollution burden than at least 98% of other areas in Maryland. Cherry Hill specifically has an EJ score of 95 for power plant proximity. But these are not mere data points. They are the livelihoods and stories of real people, real members who developed cancer, died from cancer, were diagnosed with osteoporosis and other chronic illnesses after continued exposure to surrounding facilities. If CPCNs are issued to public utilities for construction of infrastructure that is essential for the public good, then it is only ethically and morally sound to then factor the public perspective into these decisions. By cherishing our community's lived experiences, perspectives, and values, we can truly expect meaningful change with tangible and positive outcomes for Marylanders. Progressive Maryland urges a favorable report on SB 780. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Garofalo, and I'm a 20-year homeowner and resident in Stony Beach, a peninsula community in North Anne Arundel County on the Patapsco River. Our area and nearby South Baltimore are riddled with dozens of pollution sources. Stony Beach is just hundreds of feet from the Brandon Shores Coal Power Plant, the Wagner Oil and Gas Power Plant, and the Fox Creek Sewage Treatment Plant. We're at ground zero, and our EJ score is 78. We've observed, smelled, and reported permit violations from both power plants over the last year and suffered from the fumes for decades. We've identified carcinogenic chemicals from coal burning and dredge material off our shore. We experience frequent putrid sewage smells as well as horrific odors from the nearby Curtis Bay Medical Waste Incinerator. We're concerned that the pollution here has harmed our health. I personally have struggled with lymphoma, cardiac AFib, asthma, and other health problems that perplex my doctors. My community and others have suffered long enough because of the lack of a regulatory framework to protect us from cumulative pollution. Senator Simonair and our District 31 legislators know how hard it is to create and pass legislation to stay on top of these issues. It's time for us to stop playing whack-a-mole. We need this bill to protect us and other frontline communities from new polluting power plants. The cherished bills will create a measured, efficient, and balanced approach to regulating cumulative pollution in overburdened communities like mine and protect nearby communities indirectly. It will help fill gaps left by the EPA and will give impacted communities a voice. And permit violation fines can be directed back into the program to reduce taxpayer costs. The cherished bills are a win-win for Maryland. Please support SB 780 and 781 as amended by the sponsor package and no additional amendments for the sake of our health and the many costs of cumulative pollution to our communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Vice Chair Kagan and the rest of EEE. I will not go on too long since I voiced most of our support during the last bit of time. Again, I am Angie McCarthy, the Maryland Conservation Advocate for Nature Forward, as well as the co-chair for Marylanders for Data Center Reform. I wanted to use my time to answer Senator Katie Fry Hester's question on data centers. Data centers are not directly called out in Cherish, but these bills address permits. Data centers apply for a plethora of permits because of their extraordinary resource needs and as part of their construction. If a data center is proposed in an area that is included in the bill based on cumulative burden and the permits are covered in the bill, like water and air permits, then it would trigger the Cherish provisions. SB 780 addresses CPCNs, which would apply to the data center when a data center brings its own energy supply. Again, we urge a favorable report of both facets of the Cherish Act, including the sponsor's amendment. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Frederick Johnson from Siege Inc. Great to see you all once more. I want to make sure I take the time to acknowledge some of the opposition's points. Cherish is not meant to be anti-industry. It's meant to be pro-health, period. We are here to make sure that communities who've been historically impacted can at some point be prioritized and their health be prioritized in that same fact. A next piece that I want to make sure that we acknowledge is that regardless of what may be developed, Cherish, again, is not meant to prevent development. It's meant to encourage more sustainable and ecologically conscious development, which across the country has been done already. Whether you look at states like we've already mentioned before, whether it's California or New Jersey or New York, like this is possible in 2026 and should be possible here in Maryland. I think we could meet that middle ground. Lastly, to Senator Watson's point, it's not about if communities that are more affluent are being impacted, it's about when. At some point, contaminated water is going to impact everybody across the board. Depends, it's regardless if you're living in a sacrifice zone or if you're living in a more suburban area, it's going to happen. Cumulative impacts have to be acknowledged to make sure that we're able to protect our communities' health and the future of the state.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. For the record, Rebecca Rear, Director of Climate Policy and Justice for Maryland LCV. SB 780, the Cherish Our Communities Act, and by the way, it's from cumulative harm to environmental restoration to improve our shared health, so we make sure we got our acronyms, is a Maryland LCV environmental community priority. Both 780 and its companion 781 address gaps in state permitting processes that would give regulatory agencies the ability to protect community health. I want to make it clear that SB 780 does not require denials of CPCNs carte blanche. It is a narrow set of CPCNs in a specified geography in the state only if a disproportionate pollution and health burden is identified. It takes a focused and meaningful approach. As a result, in the PSC and the Public Service Commission, in the fiscal note projects that Cherish will only apply to 2 CPCN applications per year. Frederick already addressed several of the opposition comments you heard. You heard a lot about unintended consequences. Some of that for sure could be addressed in amendments. But I can tell you there are known consequences of inaction. We have learned a lot in the last decade, and we are taking a focused and consensus-based approach with, on the previous bill with MD in particular on what is proposed today. And part of the reason we're here is that environmental and public health considerations are not adequately addressed through existing frameworks. The Cherish Act would change this, and the health savings as a result of a cumulative impacts approach are rarely accounted for in energy or environmental policy, so the net positive economic effect is always higher than the narrow scope the fiscal note represents. By the way, renewals in the previous bill are also considered differently already than new or expansion permits. Thank you, and we urge a favorable report on SB 780 and 781 with the sponsors clarifying amendments.
Thank you all for your testimony. Questions for this panel, starting with Senator Watson, followed by Senator Hester, and there is another panel.
Thank
Senator
you.
Watson.
Sorry if I missed this. So this bill, if it goes into effect, is it retroactive or prospective?
Looking forward.
Looking forward.
Correct.
And so when we look at the current EJ scores and we see a community that's really got a high score, what do we do about it today? Because I like what you said about the cumulative piece, right? What do we do about it today, or do they just get a free pass and we move forward?
Do you want to take it first?
Okay. To give you context, I'm an urban planner by trade. So understanding how buildings can be designed in a way that is more efficient, even if the history of their use has not been at a certain scale of innovation. So if we're seeing buildings that have been historic polluters, this bill encourages them to incorporate more sustainable standards and design practices. It's not saying that we're going to phase them out. It's saying that if you see here, if you're going to be building here, then at some point you should hopefully be doing it in a way that's not going to continuously harm the communities that have been neighbors to you for decades.
So in your opinion, would your bill jive nicely with what we've been trying to do related to BEPS?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, I think also would love to chat more about what we can do today. This bill and its companion really look at preventing further harm, and that really when we talk about investing in communities today, it's why a lot of the work around a Justice 40 or allocating at least 40% of a number of different budget allocations to the same communities, the same definitions, overburdened and underserved communities. That's sort of the approach of like what can we do today, right now, in how we invest environment and energy dollars. That's part of the answer of what we do now, and then these bills are meant to, through a systemic approach, a systematic permitting approach, prevent further harm.
All right, thank you.
Thanks
both of you.
Thank you. Rebecca, I was curious, I should remember this, but the permits required for the backup generators on the data centers.
Yes.
They would fall within this bill. Is that correct, or did we exempt them?
You exempted them. The CPCNs are exempted for diesel backup generators. Diesel backup generators for critical infrastructure are exempted from CPCNs.
So does this bill bring them back in?
No, this bill does not, but any other permits that those generators would be required to get, like a Title V permit that is issued by MDE, would be covered in 781.
Okay, so they're exempted from the CPCN, but they still have to get the Title V permit.
Correct.
And because they get the Title V permit, they are included in this bill.
In 781, the prior bill.
But not in 780?
Correct.
Why not?
Because this bill is specifically about CPCNs. Quite frankly, the only reason we thought we needed two bills was because of the different purview of the two agencies. So we were trying to cover MDE permits in one bill and cover CPCNs in another bill, only because they are issued by two different agencies. Quite frankly, we thought that those two subject matters were going to be considered in different committees across the street, which was a tactical decision before mid-December.
Okay, so, sorry, just so that I'm clear, 780 is about the CPCN process for energy.
Correct. Yep.
But
Correct.
781 covers all other MDE permits, including the backup generation.
Not all permits. There's a really specific list of.
Maybe we can take it offline.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to understand and how they fit together.
100%. 781 covers a prescriptive list of permits issued by the Maryland Department of the Environment, and then 780 covers CPCNs.
Great panel. Appreciate the questions. We've got another panel. You all are done. Thank you. Susan Miller, Jorge Aguilar, Walkiria Poole, and Sokobi Wilson. And Dr. Wilson is favorable with amendments. The others are straight favorable. So Dr. Wilson, why don't you sit at the end? Make it easy for folks to remember. Did Dr. Wilson leave?
He's outside.
Okay. Why don't you kick us off? Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Walkiria Poole, President and founder of Centro de Apoyo Familiar. We really, really appreciate this opportunity. Part of our responsibility and our work, I'm a resident of Prince George's County. I live there. I have my kids there. And that's why part of them are here today. Parents are here. pastors are here. We understand that community has to be engaged. And this bill, we have worked very closely engaging the community, making sure that they understand what the bill is all about. We break it down in such a way that it makes sense, and that at the end of the day, how it connects with our health, we are making sure that we need to take care of the air, not just now, but for the generation to come. I think this is fair for everyone. And we have been concerned, of course, as it was mentioned in the past, about the gas plants and incinerators and all those plants that has come in, and making sure that we can regulate them. Part of our commitment as a community organizing, but also as a resident, is to make sure that we continue to keep the community engaged. We have promised to keep that, and working together with our community. The Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition, along the way with many other groups that we have, we serve close to 50,000 families in Prince George's County. We have over 400 churches that we work with in partnership. So we make sure that everything is translated, everything brings to the community, not just to the Latino community, but to the Black and brown and low-income community, everybody who needs to know about what this bill is about and what the community should be about in the future. So thank you so much again for the opportunity. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jomar Lloyd here in place of Jorge, who couldn't be here today. I am the Maryland organizer with Food and Water Watch, here representing our 40,000 members here in Maryland in support of the Cherish Act. I don't want to repeat too much of what's already been said, but we do want to highlight that the Cherish Act fills a very important gap when it comes to environmental justice and permitting for polluting industries. In Maryland, there are many communities living near gas plants, trash incinerators, and other polluting energy sources. People in neighborhoods like those found in southern Baltimore and the Eastern Shore, for instance, experience elevated rates of asthma, lung cancer, and other respiratory and cardiovascular diseases associated with breathing in particulate matter, greenhouse gases, and other toxins. Indiscriminately placing polluters in Black, brown, rural, and low-income communities is exactly how Maryland created these environmental justice communities. Last year, the Next Generation Energy Act created a fast-tracked process for new gas and nuclear plants. And a bill called the Continuing Next Generation Energy Act, which was filed this year, is calling on the state to identify dozens of potential new sites to build power plants. With AI data centers threatening to be co-located with more gas plants, we must have safeguards to ensure that already overburdened communities are not targeted for more toxic plants. When looking at communities who live in the shadow of these polluters, it is in the best interest of those communities to do a comprehensive analysis before building any new polluting plants, which can exacerbate already poor health outcomes. Studying the cumulative impacts of a new generation station means taking into account how these communities are already suffering and taking a stance to prevent further harm. This should be the job of any government body whose responsibility is to serve and protect the people. We urge you to pass the Cherish Act because these lives should be taken into consideration before flooding communities with new pollution caused by harmful industries like fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you said Mr. Lloyd. Could you just say your name again so I can add it to our witness list?
Oh, yeah. Jomar Lloyd.
Jamar.
Yeah.
J-A-M-A-R?
J-O-M-A-R.
J-O-M-A-R.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being here, Mr. Lloyd. Ms. Miller?
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Susan Miller. I'm an energy attorney with Earth Justice. Earth Justice is a nonprofit law firm that represents other nonprofits free of charge. But in a previous... Oh, I'm sorry. But in a previous life, I spent 20 years working with the Maryland Public Service Commission, including 8 as the general counsel. Earth Justice strongly supports this bill. You've received a lot of information already today, so I won't repeat anything. I just want to offer that I'm here to answer any questions you might have about the CPCN process or energy or utility regulation. Thank you.
Thank you for your expertise, Ms. Miller. Dr. Wilson, this one, Dr. Wilson is favorable with amendments. The rest of the panel is favorable. Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. I'm actually favorable. I have the 2 stickers on. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I'm Dr. Jacoby Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of Siege Inc. and also professor at the University of Maryland School of Public Health. I'm here to ask for a favorable report on this bill, the Cherish Act. Just a little bit more background from my previous testimony. When you think about energy operations and the combustion of fossil fuels, what you see is combustion byproducts like nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, black carbon, which is associated with diesel exhaust, and also particulate matter. Exposure to particulate matter, dust in the air, PM2.5, can cause asthma, asthma attack, stroke, heart disease, contribute to infant mortality, low birth weight birth defects, also contribute to neurodegenerative diseases, contribute to cancer, of course, reduce life expectancy, and also cause more mortality. When you think about asthma, for example, excess morbidity, 30% of that comes from air pollution. So when we have communities who are basically hosting energy operations, from coal-fired power plants to gas-fired power plants, to potentially data centers as well, you'll see those combustion byproducts that can impact human health. In 2020, there were 16,000 asthma-related emergency department visits in Maryland. In 1,478 asthma-related hospitalizations, Black children in Maryland have about 5 times the rate of asthma-related department visits compared to white children. You also see links between racial disparities. Again, when you think about infant mortality rates, the infant mortality rate in 2021 was 9.8 per 1,000 live births for Blacks compared to 3.7 from non-Hispanic white infants. You also see issues when it comes to, again, as I said already, SIDS and low birth weight births. So when you think about this bill, we want to make sure we're protecting our most vulnerable, and the most vulnerable population and most susceptible population are children, are babies. So by passing this bill, you can protect not just the current residents in Maryland, but also the future of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. If I'm reading it correctly, I think the logo on your laptop will make you one of the chair's new best friends here. It looks like it might be a Steelers logo. He's a Pittsburgh guy. Any questions for anyone on this panel?
I didn't notice that.
Look at that. See? All right. I see no questions. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 780. Thank you, Senator Brooks. Thank you to all the witnesses. Back to the chair, who has survived his trip to the Finance Committee.
Yes. Okay, we're going to wait on for a second because Senator McKay is en route. It's not a long trip. Once the crowd exits, let's can get the decibel level down here a little bit. Okay, Senator McKay, we welcome. We're on Senate Bill 799, and you can proceed. Take the time you need to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. First, I need to give you some background for the need for action of Senate Bill 799. The families in rural Allegheny County, particularly in the Bel Air, Pinto, Glen Oaks, and Highland estates, are facing a public health and affordability crisis due to extreme water and sewer costs. And my constituents are reporting to me that their monthly water and sewer bills are ranging between $400 and $900. The bills have doubled since December of 2024, and they've noted that there has not been significant increase in water usage. There was a 17% hike on November 1st, 2025, and I've had constituents that are having households, they're rationing baths and laundry. Their inability to flush toilets and maintain safe sanitation. Risks of shutoff and unsafe living conditions. Now, these conditions can create a real public health risk when families cannot afford water. Hygiene-related illness increase, infections spreading more easily, vulnerable residents such as children, elderly, the compromised face highly risks Now, this situation is economic in origin, but the consequences of health, safety, and human dignity remain. I need to give you a little bit of a regulatorial context. Now, the rate increases were approved by the Maryland Public Service Commission, the PSC, for the Maryland Water Service Company and did take effect December 2024. My residents did file with the General Consumer Complaint with Attorney General Anthony Brown's office in February of 2025. I have enclosed in your laptop a letter that we sent on February 25th addressing the community's concerns. And the response that I got back from the Attorney General is that the action on price gouging would have to, he would only have that ability if a declared state of emergency was declared by the governor. The delegation then did send a letter, which I've put in your laptops, that we did send to Governor Moore asking to declare a state of emergency under the Maryland law for these communities. The Moore administration did reach out to me. They reached out to the water company, and we are here now. In October of 2025, the county, state, and federal representatives met with the residents to address this crisis. There was between 400 and 450 people at this meeting. The Allegheny County Commissioners have expressed interest in acquiring the private water system. So what does Senate Bill 799 do? Water companies and sewage disposal companies, eminent domain proceedings, and service rates. So this bill will provide two major consumer protections. Number one, it will protect the ratepayers during condemnation proceedings. It'll prohibit the PSC from approving any rate increase if a county or a municipality has initiated eminent domain proceedings or has formally signaled intent to do so. Why does this matter? You see, without this safeguard, a private utility could raise rates in anticipation of a public acquisition, effectively increasing its own valuation at the expense of the residents. Senate Bill 799 prevents financial manipulation during the ownership transition. Number two, it ensures a fair valuation of eminent domain cases. It requires fact finders to consist of two things. Number one, the necessary system upgrades to ensure safe, reliable service, customer benefits from the potential bill reductions under public ownership. Why does that matter? Because compensation should be fair and should not be inflated by short-term rate hikes or speculation. The bill does ensure that the public interest and affordability are weighed alongside corporate value. There are 5 core arguments in support of 799. Consumer protections against unjust tax rates, promotes public transparency and accountability. It'll support local government authority. It encourages responsibility for infrastructure investment and does reinforce PSC's consumer protection mission. And I'll leave you with this. It's not about punishing any company. It's about protecting families from rate increases. It's ensuring safe and affordable access to water. It allows public acquisition without manipulation. It upholds the public health and human dignity. When water bills exceed mortgage payments, when residents must begin rationing bathing, and seniors can't afford to flush toilets, It's merely not an economic issue. It's a public welfare issue. I believe Senate Bill 799 is reasonable, targeted, and necessary safeguard, and look for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Senator McKay. Questions for Senator McKay? And we've got Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator McKay. I think you said, so I'm reading the letter you sent to Attorney General Brown. I think you said you got a reply, but I don't see that in our folder. You also said in your letter, you said that your constituents have contacted the Office of People's Counsel. Could you just fill us in the outcome of each of those two items?
Certainly. The Office of People's Counsel could not engage in price gouging, and that was similar to the Attorney General. He gave me a call. It was an interesting thing because he had said he tried to get that approval, and he said, Senator, you voted against it and didn't give it to us. And I said, well, with all due respect, Mr. Attorney General, we know that if I voted against it, it didn't stop it. But he did personally call me. I did not get a written response, so that's why it is not in your laptop. But he had just articulated that he did need the governor to declare a state of emergency, which then the people asked us to do that, and the entire delegation did, as I had said in my testimony.
Okay, additional questions for Senator McKay? Okay, thank you, Senator. We do have one witness signed up unfavorable, Laura Runkle. Ms. Runkle here. Maryland American Water. Ms. Runkle going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 799. Going to go to Senator Mouts for 2 bills. And then we're going to go to, I see some guys from back home. We're going to take, your bill will be after the 2 Mouts bills, okay? Okay, you're up. No, you're up, Senator Mouts. We've got 9, 11, and 8. Let's see, hold on a second. We got 2 bills, Senate's Bill 701 and 911. Do you have a preference on which one you do first?
I'd like to start with 701, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're on Senate Bill 701, and we're going to go with Richard Cuse, James Hyde are signed up favorable, and let's see, I think that's the extent of my witness list. Senate Bill 701. Senator Mouts, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished committee members. It's an honor to present Senate Bill 701. This legislation, well, I'm going to read from the sheet. One of the gentlemen sitting with me today is Rich Kuche, who is involved in restoring lighthouses. We're here today because he would like to build a pier to access some of the lighthouses he has purchased in the Chesapeake Bay, but he's running some roadblocks with permitting through MDE. I'm not going to paraphrase all of this because I think that pretty much sums up the bill. The bill creates an exemption for Mr. Kuche in building these piers to connect to the lighthouses. At the time, he's going to give you the history of this, but he's also purchased lighthouses in Virginia. He has a great history in restoration. He's taking that to the Chesapeake Bay. These lighthouses are magnificent, and they're abandoned, and they're being neglected. Now, he's purchased these, and he's going to develop them and clean them up as part of the Bay's heritage. It's going to be a big part of tourism. Those of you, has anyone, I'll rather than do a Q&A with the committee, I'll just draw everyone's attention to Thomas Point Lighthouse. Thomas Point Lighthouse is a monument in the Bay. It has a beautiful dock. You can get there. It's utilized. It's a big part of tourism. It's functional. And for whatever reason, Mr. Kuche has run into some major issues with MDE. He's been able to renovate his lighthouses in Virginia. And so what this legislation does is 701 is intended to exempt the regulation, MDE regulation of the lighthouses in the Maryland Chesapeake Bay. We learned in a hearing in the House that the language in the bill wasn't quite enough, so an amendment was adopted, and we're still working on this as we move forward. I want to thank council for drafting this legislation because it's been a little bit like finding out under which coconut shell we should look. Everyone's saying they're trying to help, but we're not able to move this project forward. So with that, I'd encourage a favorable report. I appreciate your patience and open mind in this. This is a wonderful project. The contribution is going into the restoration and the history of these wonderful structures that line the bay. And I'd like to thank Mr. Kuche for making the time to be here to testify today and for his patience in that the projects that he started in Virginia are already completed, and he hasn't even begun the ones here in Maryland. So with that, Mr. Chair, I turn back my time and turn over to the expert witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Kuche.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Rich Kuche. I'm the owner of 3 offshore lighthouses in the Chesapeake Bay. Is there anyone here who doesn't like lighthouses? I've never in my life heard someone say, you know what, I don't like lighthouses. We cherish lighthouses when they're on land, and yet offshore lighthouses are being forgotten. Nationally registered historic structures, icons of the communities they serve, guiding massive commercial ships, recreational boaters, and generations of independent watermen of the Chesapeake Bay are being left to rust and rot away in Maryland. Why is that? With the unpredictable wind and waves of the open bay, they are just too difficult and dangerous to access. I got married young, started a business, sandblasting and industrial painting, and for 30 years I raised 4 kids, coached youth sports, robotics teams, did all the dad stuff, restored a barn and farmhouse, and worked blasting and painting industrial parts, historic buildings, and large structures. We don't have time for the whole story, but I bought Hooper Island Lighthouse from a government auction. I decided to start an organization called the Lighthouse Centers. I managed to buy 2 more rundown offshore lighthouses, so we would have one in the upper, middle, and lower part of the bay. Our mission is to restore these lighthouses and repurpose them and others as a network of historical, environmental, educational centers where people can come out into the middle of the bay and learn about our maritime history, off-grid alternative energy systems, the environment, and show firsthand how the things we do on land affect the water quality of the Chesapeake Bay and the people and the animals that live there. I'm working with the University of Maryland to locate water quality monitoring stations at the lighthouses. I quickly learned to do that, we need to provide safe access with the dock that will allow us to bring groups of people by boat safely onto the lighthouses. These lighthouses are located on federally owned bottomland that was granted with an active cession. I am asking for clarification that offshore lighthouses are not subject to the same regulation as a pier connected to land. Any construction at the lighthouse must still be approved by the Army Corps of Engineers and the Maryland Historic Trust. This will save us precious time and money we need to achieve our goals of restoring these endangered lighthouses and giving them a new purpose.
Okay.
Greeting, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is James Hyde. I'm the manager of the Maryland Mesonet, which is a statewide weather monitoring network, which is a partnership between Maryland Department of Emergency Management and the University of Maryland. To date, we are halfway complete with the project and expect to be completed by the end of 2027. Our goal is simple. We deliver accurate weather information for local decision makers. Those decision makers could be people in the governor's office, a local volunteer fire company, or just a mom who's trying to decide what kind of jacket to put on their kid in the morning. One area that we haven't been able to serve in this capacity in the way that we want to is in the maritime community. Weather changes fast and frequently on the bay. We work with the National Weather Service and give them real-time information needed to issue warnings, protecting property, and ultimately saving lives. This bill will allow us to serve the watermen and women who work our shores and for ships who bring us commerce and trade to the region. The passage of this bill will allow a much higher degree of data collection both above and below the water surface in the bay to regions which have never been studied to this degree before. But in order to do that, we need safe and reliable access to the lighthouses, which brings us to the purpose of this bill. I urge the committee to see this bill in good faith and ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 701. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Mounts or the 2 panelists? Okay, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Mounts, for this bill. This is exciting because it has the whole idea of like destination for the Chesapeake Bay and checking out these lighthouses. So I really, really appreciate your work in this area. I guess what I'm trying to understand kind of why we need legislation, why, you know, if we have access at Thomas Point Lighthouse, but we haven't been able to, I guess, have the appropriate permits approved, or I'm not even sure what that process looks like. So I'm trying to understand the process to see is there another way to do this, or this is requiring legislation? And so Senator Mounts, or if you can fill me in.
What I'm doing kind of has never been done before,
Okay.
where we have a private entity looking to build a structure out in the middle of the bay that is on federally owned bottomland, but kind of within the state of Maryland. So in comparison to Thomas Point Shoal Lighthouse, I haven't gotten a straight answer as to why they were able to do the construction and ours has been held up. So I really don't have an answer other than the reason we would need legislation is because this is something that's never been done before. These lighthouses through the federal lighthouse program, through the General Services Administration, have been transferred into private hands. So this is all uncharted territory.
So you said you have similar projects in Virginia where you do have the piers?
Well, where we have gotten permitting. We're installing the piers in the next few months.
So what was the process in Virginia?
Well, they recognize that the federally owned bottomland was granted from the state to the federal government by cession, meaning that the state doesn't have jurisdiction. Now, it's still under the Army Corps of Engineers and the Historic Trust because these are nationally registered historic structures. So the protections to the environment and other things are there, but for reasons that I don't know, that there has been just kind of stalled in Maryland versus in Virginia where we were.
So you would be looking to basically emulate what Virginia did in Maryland for the Chesapeake Bay?
Yes, I don't like to use those terms because people don't like to say, why don't you just do what someone else did?
It
would make things a lot easier on us.
Okay. And it would allow these to go forward, these projects to go forward?
Yes, so what we're looking to do, right now we're working at the lighthouses, but it's very dangerous. We have to climb off of a boat onto a ladder and go 18 feet up on the side of a lighthouse. And we've had someone could get hurt, and I'm very concerned. So we need to build safe access, and also that will allow us to do projects like with the Maryland Mezzanette where we're doing water quality monitoring. And we all know right now with what has gone on in the Potomac and such, it would be really very helpful to have data in the middle of the bay before and after these things happen and as soon as possible. So that's why we're looking to do what we're doing.
Well, thank you for your work in this area.
Thank you.
Senator Hester?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, there's like nothing in here in our bill file from like any department whatsoever.
I've found, would you like me to answer that?
Sure.
So what we found is in the situation where the Thomas Point Lighthouse is located and it's been developed, is the permits that are being required for these projects were never issued for that project. So you have one lighthouse that's been finished that hasn't been permitted the way these have been permitted. And we're facing a situation where the permittee is being requested to get permission from the federal government in a way that the federal government doesn't give permission because the federal government owns that submerged land. And the intent of the bill is to just exclude the jurisdiction of MDE from these projects so that they wouldn't need to get an MDE permit or any type of approval from MDE. They would just have to get their Army Corps permit and their historic trust permit. But and I don't think there's an enforcement action that will be taken on the Thomas Point Lighthouse. But the reality is that we have a real problem in that if this were to ever get escalated beyond, discussions, you have an existing structure. There's a beautiful structure that everybody loves. We put a lot of money into this, and it's important to the bay. And then you have these other projects that are trying to, access the same, procedures. I think that some of the departments are kind of conflicted on what to even say at this point because they don't seem to have an answer for us on how to fix this. In fact, their response to us is that we're trying everything we can. We're making this accessible, go get approval from the federal government. Well, the federal government doesn't give you approval they just don't, there isn't a way to get approval. You get a permit from the Corps of Engineers. That's their approval. And so that's why we're stuck, and which is the genesis of having to introduce a bill to say, okay, well, we'll just exclude MDE from the process, period.
So MDE, if you're listening, a letter of information would be great. Why, so is there a problem with the Army Corps of Engineers? Have you applied for the permit? Are they, like?
There's no problem with the Army Corps. They've already approved our plan in Virginia at the other lighthouse. So I can't speak for MDE, but like I said, the protections to the environment and the structure are in place through the Army Corps of Engineers.
And that's on federal land?
Yes, it is on federal-owned bottomland that was granted by session, and that was kind of my initial request to MDE, and since then it's kind of been stalled. I think it's just a matter of there's not clarification. I think the original intention when the federal government through the Lighthouse Commission in the 1800s built these lighthouses was to have the ability to build around the structure without going through excessive regulation through the states.
Yeah, no, I support the bill and support your testimony. I just think it's kind of irresponsible of MDE not to at least have a letter of information. So I guess they're not interested.
Okay, additional questions? Yeah.
In MDE's defense, they have been cooperating. They did testify in the House. We have had interactions with them. It's not like they've been lights out. It's just the answers haven't been sufficient. And I'm not sure why there wasn't testimony today, but.
Okay, we'll find out. Okay, questions? Okay, seeing none. Hold on a second. That's the extent of the testimony on Senate Bill 701. Thank you, and that will conclude the hearing on that bill. We do have one more Mounts bill, Senate Bill 911. Senator, I've got, yeah, 911. Okay, well, we have one witness, Valerie Farrell. She's favorable with amendments. So why don't you just go ahead and you present your testimony, then we can call her up separately, I think.
Okay.
Unless, okay. So why don't you, we're on Senate Bill 911.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee, it's an honor to present Senate Bill 911. In the United States, cloud seeding is primarily managed and funded at the state or local level rather than by the federal government. Current Maryland statutes allow the county commissioners of Frederick, Garrett, and Washington counties to adopt their own ordinances regarding the licensure and reporting of weather modification activities. In 1965, Maryland enacted a temporary ban on cloud seeding due to concerns that it contributed to drought conditions. The ban expired in September of 1967. Based on available reports and data from the past 10 years, there is no evidence of operational cloud seeding for weather modification occurring in Maryland. Senate Bill 911 seeks to preemptively, rather than in response to current active operations, to make certain that neither governments nor private actors may apply chemicals or geoengineering to people or public spaces. I appreciate your consideration of this legislation. It's modeled after an existing law in the state of Florida, and it's a novel approach. It's something that's been discussed widely. I contemplated trying to request a study prior to bringing this bill. However, that was very difficult based off of the information that's available. But I just wanted to thank the council for compiling this legislation and taking the Florida model and applying it to Maryland. And the way it's drafted is it would take the Florida model, apply it to Maryland, and any fees or fines that are accumulated for any violation would go to the Bay Restoration Fund, which is different than the way it's set up in Florida. So with that, I'd ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 911. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Mounts? Okay, thank you, Senator. We do have one witness I mentioned earlier, Valerie Farrell here, favorable with amendments, if you want to come to the witness table. And then we do have two witnesses signed up unfavorable. But Ms. Farrell, you're on the up to 2-minute clock, and whenever you're ready, you can start.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for the ability to speak on this bill. My name is Valerie Farrell. I am an attorney and an author. I specialize in healthcare policy. I also work for a national nonprofit, and one of the things that I'm doing is monitoring the bills that are happening across this nation regarding geoengineering and weather modification. So this is why I wanted to come here and to speak in person on this today, just because I have a unique perspective in the sense that I can see that these bills are happening all over the country. People are really concerned about what's going on in our skies and our atmosphere, the air quality, the health, the environmental effects of that. And so I'm here looking at policy more than the science. And in fact, that was one of the amendments that I had to potentially suggest, was either adding a provision regarding jet fuel or at least studying jet fuel, because in this, even though, again, I'm not the science expert, I know there are a lot of people, even the scientists in this area, are divided on how exactly our skies are having, lines in the skies, and what kind of health effects are happening from different heavy metals that are being found in the ground, in our water, in our skies. And so there are people that are concerned about the jet fuel and what that might do. So maybe even proposing a study on that to gain some clarity for everyone. Florida's bill also includes a provision for airports, monitoring airports to look for planes that are equipped with any parts or devices that would be propelling any of this into our air. And I can just say also, I know that Florida's overwhelmed right now. I know they have about 8,000 or so investigations that they've opened, but one of the things that I've heard are complaints down there is that people aren't actually being trained on how to investigate and what to look for. So I would also suggest that that kind of education be involved in this kind of bill. And one more thing that I noted before, this was not in my written testimony, is that I would suggest also a time limit for investigations, because there are so many times where different levels of government just open an investigation and then you never know when that resolution will come.
Okay, questions for our witness, Vice Chair Kagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This can be either for our author, scientist person, or for Senator Mounts, and I am not smart on this stuff. On page 2, it talks about injecting an apparatus. Could a drone or something similar, some technology item in the future be covered under this bill, and should it be?
I would say yes. Should be.
Which answer?
It should be. I'm not certain that it would be, but I would suggest that it should be.
So a drone that some kid is playing with as part of a game or something then would be reported and be investigated by MDEM, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management?
No, they would have to be engaged in geoengineering, not just having a drone. There would have to be additional elements.
Okay, so it's not just, so one of the things that I struggle with is we don't know what technology is going to bring in the future. So when we add these things, so maybe we can chat about it offline, Senator. You can teach me a little, because I don't know anything about this.
And that's when I opened my testimony. I would have felt better to have a study prepared to support this legislation. However, it was very difficult to try to compile a study based off of what was available at the time. There really isn't a solid state agency that would be the best to compile that type of a study. So rather than spin wheels, I thought it'd be best just to put together a bill from another state that was comprehensive and had been enacted, introduce it, have the hearing, and then just kind of see where it takes us.
And you referenced Florida a couple of times. Is that the only state that's done this?
No, Idaho, Tennessee, and one more, Louisiana, have also passed bills, and there are currently around 25 actively considered bills across the country. But I can tell you, the last 2-ish years, 41 states have considered this. That's a huge amount for a specific policy, especially one that was considered very fringe until recently.
That's where I was headed. I'm curious. Okay. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's go Senator Carosa, then Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're learning a lot today. So weather engineering is when a chemical compound, substance, or apparatus is injected, released, or dispersed for the purpose of affecting the temperature, weather, climate, or intensity of the sunlight. So that's kind of the definition of weather engineering, correct? Mm-hmm. So, and this is more, and again, because I know, we're learning a lot, and there may there's not a lot of information that we've been made aware of at this point, but last week was Maryland Aerospace Day, and we had officials from NASA Goddard and NASA Wallops on the shore. And is this something where they would have, I don't know if they've had views on this, or, is part of this is this could, endanger some of their operations, or I'm just trying to kind of understand how these pieces come together.
They haven't commented on this legislation, and we have not had interaction with them.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hester.
Thank you, Senator, for this bill. It was interesting because at NCSL last year, there was a resolution proposed. I don't think it moved very far, but on this topic. And we wound up talking about both cloud seeding, solar radiation management, and like a number of other things, because so many states are looking at this. And I was just trying to see if the resolution passed or not. And I think we might have sent it to study. I guess my question though is, this is just this a straight ban, but not might there not be an instance where a permit for this might be acceptable? And is there a way to, because the Department of the Environment, like when you release chemicals, into the environment, like in other ways, there's permits for acceptable release of chemicals, right? Yeah. And so I think in some instances, like farmers might want to do this to make it rain. I don't know. It was kind of a wacky idea when I heard about it last year, but maybe we should do like a moratorium pending further study or something. Was that the bill that we had before, was a moratorium? Because this makes it a felony.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the bill that came before. I would be open to any suggestions. There are states that do allow it to enhance, the Western states that do specifically allow it to enhance rain.
Yeah.
And with regards to a permit, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, okay, if it's reported and regulated and there's a permit issued and everything's fine, then that wouldn't be a problem. But to the extent that it's the Wild West and there's no regulation, that's sort of what the legislation contemplates. So I'd be open to, any steps in the right direction. But, to date, most of the times if you bring this conversation up, half the room thinks it's the end of the world and the other half of the room thinks it's a wild rumor and innuendo. And I'm not on either side of the room. I think it's a legitimate issue. How you bring the issue up and how you address it is the hard thing. And I chose the path of least resistance. We'll take a bill based off of a law that already exists and move from there. We don't have a lot of testimony, I think, that would be necessary from either regulatory bodies or the federal agencies, the NASAs of the world, and things like that. But something temporary certainly would make sense.
Maybe we could either pause it pending MDE, like they could do regulations around a permit, or they could do a study for us. But we don't want to. This committee generally doesn't pass felonies, not penalties. Felonies. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate the bill, and I actually think it's a really important issue. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Watson.
Yeah, thank you for the bill. And somebody who just got back from Dubai, they regularly do cloud seeding because it's so arid out there. And that's the only way that they can get water. You hear me? It's the only way that they can get water. And currently, it's used in the western states, as we know, Texas, Nevada, California, and those types of things. And I think Senator Hester, brought up the question that I had. Before we just do an outright prohibition on something, and we know climate change is real, we don't know what we're going to need down the road to mitigate it. And we may have to take action on our own and not leave it up to, whatever happens. And so I kind of, you are open to possibly doing some kind of study with the appropriate parties coming in place. I think silver iodide is used. Are those chemicals dangerous? I think is the real thing we need to discuss. and, you know, what happens when it gets into the soil, what happens when it gets into the ecosystem and those types of things. So, you know, if you're open, you know, I'm very supportive of an amendment to look at a study before we, you know, do something we may have to just sit here, turn around, and take back because we're required to.
We'll be happy to work on that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, additional questions for Senator Mounts or our witness, Ms. Farrell? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, let's go to is Quentin Scott here from CCAN. Quentin, why don't you come in? Okay, thank you, Ms. Farrell, thank you. Okay, you're signed up unfavorable, and then we do have one witness virtually unfavorable as well. So, Mr. Scott, you've got up to 2 minutes to present your testimony.
Chairman Feldman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Quentin Scott, the Federal Policy Director at Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. And I urge an unfavorable report on SB 911. Every day this body has to contend with the escalating impacts of climate change, from unsustainable financial burdens on state budgets to increased health impacts on our communities. A recent report from legendary climate scientist Dr. James Hansen predicts a surge in warming in the coming years, accelerating climate change to even more alarming levels. That's why Dr. Hansen and 110 scientists worldwide urged the world governments to research solar reflective methods to reduce the risk of increased warming. Research into these methods are not new and are rooted in our understanding of how volcanic eruptions can reduce warming for a relatively short period of time. To be clear, CCAN Action Fund does not support deploying these methods at scale, and if deployment is ever considered, it must come with an international treaty. To our knowledge, no one has deployed these methods at scale, which was confirmed by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency just last summer. However, this is the time to start critical research to understand the impacts of these methods on communities and ecosystems, especially agriculture ecosystems, before countries or private entities desperately deploy these methods. In the words of Bill McKibben, the heating is going to be so big and so obvious that it will lead for the first time to real global discussion on solar geoengineering as a response. It's probably time for those who care about the planet to start figuring out what their response to this debate will look like. The introduction of SB 911 unfortunately follows a concerning trend of state ban bills based on conspiracy theories and unthinkably targets scientific research. The chemtrail conspiracy theory debunked belief that aeroplane condensation trails are actually toxic chemicals sprayed by the government in order to cause natural disasters and poison people has been driving the force behind 38 bills introduced across 38 states. In summary, whatever the underlying concern, this bill doesn't solve it. I urge this committee to stand up for science and reject efforts to criminalize thorough research.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Scott? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to our one virtual witness, also unfavorable, Grayson G. We see you. We can take your testimony now, and you're on the up to 2 minute clock.
Yes, very good. Well, thank you so much, Chairman Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Grayson Gee, and I am on the government affairs team for Rainmaker Technology Corporation. We are one of the leading cloud seeding startups in the United States, operating many of those Western programs that the members have mentioned. I'd like to take just a few seconds to clarify some of the details around cloud seeding, our technology, how it's distinct from geoengineering, and how the committee should consider narrowing the scope of this bill to target geoengineering practices more specifically that are potentially dangerous and experimental, while providing exemptions for a regulated, publicly approved cloud seeding program. Cloud seeding is a long-established precipitation enhancement technique. It's not a climate-altering or geoengineering practice. It's been well-researched, regulated, and transparently conducted in the United States for over 70 years. The practice involves introducing very small quantities of substances, most commonly silver iodide, into existing clouds to encourage precipitation that would not otherwise fall naturally. Cloud seeding does not alter temperature, sunlight, or climate systems. It doesn't create clouds or storms, and it cannot produce precipitation out of clear skies. Its effectiveness depends entirely on the presence of suitable atmospheric conditions. Materials used in cloud seeding, such as silver iodide, are introduced in extremely small quantities and have been the subject of extensive scientific review by federal agencies, academic institutions, and state regulators. These reviews have consistently found no demonstrated adverse impacts to human health, wildlife, or the environment. Additionally, as Maryland, among the majority of states in our union, deal with increasing drought conditions and pressures on water supplies, it would seem imprudent for this legislature to prohibit an innovative technology that could serve as a tool, among many, for water supply management in a future climate that is uncertain at best and certainly more challenging at worst. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. G, our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 911. Thank you, Senator. I'm sorry? Yeah, thank you, Senator Mouts, for your two bills. And next to Senator Zucker. Okay, so we're going to go to Senator Harris next on Senate Bill 926, my apologies. And I've got two witnesses signed up, Sarah Price as well as John McLukey. Is Mr. McLukey here?
I think they were in the hallway.
Okay, is Ms. Price here? Okay, well, Senator Harris, the floor is yours on Senate Bill 926, and you can present your bill.
Appreciate it. All righty, great afternoon to the chair, vice chair, members of this awesome committee. For the record, Senator Kevin M. Harris, representing District 27, which includes Prince George's, Charles, and Calvert County. Here to present Senate Bill 926, Producer Responsibility for Packaging and Paper Products, Definition of Exempt Materials Alteration. Senate Bill 926 is an extremely simple bill. It provides a technical fix to the producer responsibility legislation passed last year by altering the definition of exempt materials to include packaging for a product regulated as a dietary supplement by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. This exemption language for dietary supplement was removed last year during an extensive amendment process. However, because packaging for dietary supplements is regulated by the FDA, complying with the Maryland EPA requirements is effectively impossible unless federal regulation changes. With this in mind, I respectfully request a favorable committee report on Senate Bill 926, and I do have my panel here.
Okay, we're going to go to Mr. McLukey. Is that
McLukey,
you?
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry if I messed up your name, but you're signed up favorable, and you can start. You're on the up to 2-minute clock. Ms. Price is here. Why don't you come on up? I did see you walk in. Okay. So why don't you start? Thank you.
Sure. Well, thank you, Chairman Feldman, distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Robbie McLukey, and I'm here on behalf of the Consumer Healthcare Products Association, representing the manufacturers of dietary supplements, over-the-counter medicine, and over-the-counter medical devices. We strongly support Senate Bill 926 and thank Senator Harris for his leadership in introducing this important corrective legislation. SB 926 addresses a narrow but significant issue. During the 2025 legislative session, lawmakers worked to ensure that Maryland's EPR packaging framework appropriately exempted packaging for FDA-regulated products, including drugs, medical devices, and dietary supplements. Unfortunately, before final passage, the exemption for supplement packaging was inadvertently removed from the bill. So this bill simply restores that exemption and corrects the omission. Supplements are already subject to comprehensive federal oversight. FDA good manufacturing practices require packaging that preserves product quality, prevents contamination, maintains stability, and meets tamper-evident and, in some cases, child-resistant standards. FDA guidance also prohibits the use of post-consumer recycled plastic in primary pharmaceutical and supplement packaging. Imposing state recycled content mandates would therefore create a direct conflict with federal law and place manufacturers in an untenable position. Maryland already exempts drugs and medical device packaging regulated by FDA. Treating supplements any different creates inconsistency with the same federal framework. Senate Bill 926 restores uniformity, prevents conflict, and aligns the bill with legislative intent. So we respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 926, and I thank you for your consideration today.
Ms. Price?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. Happy to be favorable on a bill in your committee today. Frankly, Mr. McLucky said it all. We believe that this is just an important fix on an unintentional oversight from last year, and we would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Senator Harris or the two panelists? Okay, we've got Senator Hester.
I was just curious why it's an oversight from last year. Like, what makes this different than all the other stuff that's in EPR?
So the bill last year, they could correct me if I'm wrong, and when they went to the amendment process, this was taken out by mistake. It was always supposed to be in the actual bill, so it was actually taken out by mistake. Hence why we're making the correction now. Am I correct?
Am I allowed to expand on that? Chair, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Oh, may I expand on the senator's comments?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Go on.
So as introduced, the bill actually did exempt dietary supplement packaging. Through the amendment process, they still maintained this drug exemption and the medical device exemption, and they included medical foods. And the thought was supplements would slide in and be part of that medical foods exemption. Unfortunately, that did not cover supplements. So the thought process was for the subcommittee at the time that, yes, medical foods would cover the dietary supplements, but that is not the case. So as you see the law today, medical foods are covered in that exemption, but dietary supplements do not fall under medical foods per se. So we are restoring the bill back to how it was introduced.
Okay, additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 926. Thank you, Senator Harris. Okay, I see Senator Zucker. There he is. Senator Zucker is in the House. We're going to go next to Senate Bill 861. I'm going to call up, we've got some witnesses signed up. We'll start with the sponsor panel of Tyler Huff, David Harris, Harrison Palmer, Zachary Schaefer, and then actually we do have Christopher Miller virtual as part of the sponsor panel. Is he in the queue? Okay. And I think that's it. And actually, I see Mr. Butts from back in my area. You signed up straight favorable. Why don't you just come up and sit next to Senator Zucker, and that'll. Okay, so Senator Zucker, again, we're on Senate Bill 861, and sure. Why don't you proceed?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Senator Craig Zucker here supporting Senate Bill 861. Great to be with the EEE Committee. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to testify, and then I got to chair Capitol, so I'll probably running in and out.
We definitely don't want to keep you from that.
No, it's all good.
So everybody here needs some. Yeah, District 15. Just write that down.
No, absolutely. But first, let me thank the chairman and really the District 15 delegation, as well as my teammates in District 14. What's happened is there's been some confusion around stormwater management and small businesses. So what's happening is you've got cars parked in these small businesses, and there's been some confusion around, especially I think it's statewide, but Department of Permitting Services, where they're going to be adding additional costs to these small businesses. And for us in the state of Maryland and in this body, our job is to promote and protect and encourage small businesses to grow and thrive. So what this bill does is it requires, and I want to salute the administration, both the Maryland Department of Agriculture and the Maryland Department of Environment, as well as Montgomery County government and others, Soil Conservation District, and especially everyone at this table who've been working collaboratively to try to resolve this in a way that government should work. So in short, what this does is it affirms that each county municipality may provide by ordinance for the review and approval of stormwater management plans by the local Soil Conservation District. And in particular, it directs Montgomery County and Montgomery County Soil Conservation District in consultation with the Maryland Department of Environment to review the county's current processes, and it certainly goes to address the problems that we've heard in both District 14 and 15. This is I mean, you'll hear from the businesses as well. So what we're trying to do is protect the environment while ensuring that our small businesses have the opportunity to be successful. And you're going to hear from the Farm Bureau. I mean, this is a major issue that we're trying to resolve in our jurisdiction. And Mr. Chair, thank you again for your leadership, and certainly I know that you put this in, that you're helping with this, not necessarily as the chair of the committee, but just as someone who's active in District 15 as a senator. So with that, I'll turn it over to the panel.
Senator Zucker, do you have a sequence order?
Whatever order,
okay.
Whatever they order.
I'll take it first.
Yeah,
okay, why don't you go first?
All right, well, thank you, Senator Zucker. For the record, I'm Zachary Schaefer, Assistant Secretary of at the Maryland Department of the Environment, testifying on behalf of the department. First, I really want to thank the sponsors, Senator Feldman, Senator Zucker, Delegate Foley, and many members of the Montgomery County delegation for their partnership on this bill and the larger issues it addresses. MDE recognizes the growing importance of agritourism activities on Maryland farms, and we agree that these activities should be appropriately accounted for within our stormwater management requirements and by the delegated authorities who implement those requirements. The department fully supports the intent of House Bill 1071, Senate Bill 861. As drafted, the bill raised concerns for the department, but we have worked diligently on several amendments with the sponsors and the Department of Agriculture to ensure that the bill will achieve its desired effect and align the bill with our ongoing updates to the department's stormwater regulations. MDE regulates stormwater management based on the amount of land disturbance and the resulting runoff impact. Those are the factors that determine environmental and public safety risks. We don't believe that stormwater categories should be created based on particular activities or zoning classifications, which don't change the physics of runoff, but they may affect what treatment options are practical. MDE is confident that these amendments ensure that agritourism operators and permitting entities will have the clarity and authority needed to make pragmatic, site-appropriate decisions about the stormwater management practices that are needed, allowable, and practical. Separately from this bill, the department is in the process of major updates to its stormwater regulations. We extended the public comment period specifically to solicit input on agricultural concerns, including related to agritourism. In addition, we have committed to developing a standard plan for temporary parking lots, one of the primary issues that prompted this legislation. And that standard plan will make the permitting process clearer and make compliance significantly easier for qualifying farms. So with those sponsor amendments, MDE supports the bill's passage and respectfully requests a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Let's go. Yeah, Mr. Huff, why don't let's go all the way to whoever wants to just go. Okay, why don't you up to 2 minutes? Thank you, Senator Zucker. Okay, and you can proceed. Sign up favorable.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. I want to extend a lot of thanks to the sponsor of this bill and the incredible work that's been done over the past several weeks in collaboration with our sister agency, MDE, the sponsors of this bill, and advocates on every side of this. We've worked very closely with the sponsors in the District 14 and 15 delegations to make sure that this is applicable and solves the problem that we're trying to solve without creating undue regulation on stormwater across the state, but really emphasizing and focusing on exactly what Mr. Schaefer referenced earlier, that this is not changing the regulation of stormwater management across the state. This is going to be handled within the regulatory process, to which we have very, very close engagement, both with the industry, the agricultural sector, and the Department of Agriculture, ensuring that the regulations put forward are suitable and appropriate for agricultural land and agritourism enterprises. The bill requires, as an additional requirement, for MDE to work in consultation and partnership with MDA to develop a clarity for the definition of agritourism for the purposes of stormwater management in this context, and opens the door to creating the standardized plan that's going to ease businesses into compliance for stormwater regulation on very specific agritourism enterprises. So we are encouraged by this bill and the collaboration that we've had with the sponsor, with the department, and with the industry to put forward common sense regulation that protects the environment, protects stormwater, and protects our agricultural businesses in the ever-growing sector of agritourism in particular. We urge a favorable report with the sponsors' amendments.
Okay, Mr. Huff, you want to
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau, here today in support of SB 861. I want to echo the support and thanks for the sponsors in both the Senate and the House and their good work on this bill to help work towards a solution on a problem that is very focused on Montgomery County, but one we do see throughout the state. But this bill proposes common sense regulations that show that agriculture is in fact quite different than commercial enterprises, and it helps support the growing value-added and agritourism businesses within the state, which is where many of our farmers have turned to help diversify and keep farms as we move forward. The allowance of the soil conservation districts, the updating of the definition of agritourism for stormwater management, as well as the changes that have been outlined already by Mr. Palmer and Mr. Schaefer, are all reasons Maryland Farm Bureau is here today in support of SB 861 and respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. My name is David Harris, and I'm here to strongly support SB 861, which would help thoughtfully regulate stormwater management on farms like ours. My wife and I opened Song Dog Farm Distillery in Montgomery County's beautiful ag reserve this past October, as the chairman knows, as he was present.
I was there.
Our 11-year path to opening was a complex and arduous one, but the most challenging issue was stormwater management, navigating a system that treats our farm the same as an urban strip mall. These inappropriate requirements imperil many farm businesses, including ours. In late 2023, after 8 years of work, we thought we were on the cusp of breaking ground on our farm distillery until we learned that our small gravel parking lot would prevent us from working on stormwater management with our capable soil conservation district, and we'd instead have to go through an extensive planning process with Montgomery County's Department of Permitting Services, guided by the existing stormwater design manual, which makes no accommodation for ag land. This process added many months to our timeline and cost more than $200,000 in actual stormwater infrastructure, not including the six-figure investment in engineering, permitting, bonds, and forest conservation requirements. We had to build these stormwater management features even though we're surrounded with acres of permeable surfaces and open ground. We lost months of time that we could have been open, generating income and also tax revenue. Treating our open farmland stormwater requirements the same as that of a Starbucks or Walmart makes no sense. Doing so does not recognize the nature of our farmland and the abundance of permeable surface. Moreover, it incentivizes us to pave over areas. I can't imagine that's what anybody wants to see in the rolling farmland of Maryland. We care deeply about our farm and the land and water around it, and our goal is not to circumvent requirements, but to make it more feasible for farmers and farm businesses to practice conservation in a reasonable, affordable, and timely manner. This legislation is a very necessary first step, along with modifying the state's stormwater design manual to consider cropland as a treatment area for stormwater management and to allow for occasional parking on grass and other permeable surfaces. Please support SB 861 to help empower our state's capable soil conservation districts to help guide farmers and farm businesses like ours through common sense stormwater management. Thank you.
I know a lot of members of this committee that would like to do a EEE site visit to your new distillery, and
we can accommodate this.
I may have to make that happen.
We can make this happen.
I did enjoy your grand opening. Okay, Mr. Butts, why don't we take you next, then we'll go to our virtual witness.
Okay, very good. Robert Butts again. Thank you to the chair, vice chair, and committee for allowing me to testify today. And I'm here to testify in support of a favorable report for Bill 861. One of the owners of Windridge Vineyards located in Germantown, Maryland, and also on the Board of Supervisors for the Montgomery Soil Conservation District. Windridge was one of several businesses, rural businesses in my county that was issued a notice of violation for, amongst other things, allowing parking on grass. These NOVs injected significant sort of risk, uncertainty, and expense to businesses like mine. This bill provides meaningful relief for businesses like mine because it establishes a framework of cooperation amongst the government agencies that we interact with. Although this bill is county-focused, it's an important first step, and as you've already heard, want to be clear that this issue really affects rural businesses statewide. As Assistant Secretary Schaefer pointed out, the correct long-term fix is really updates to the Stormwater Management Manual, and it's really great to hear that we're making progress on that front. Those stormwater management regulations were last looked at in 2007, and our rural agricultural economy has changed quite a lot since then. You know, Maryland has one of the most diverse agricultural economies in the United States. It's actually one of our great strengths. And we need to make sure that our regulations are actually keeping up to date with the changing nature and diversity of the agriculture that we have. And with that, I just want to, again, recommend a favorable report for this bill.
Okay, let's get our virtual witness in, and then we'll take questions, starting with Senator Hester. But can we get Mr. Miller in here as part of the panel? Okay, Mr. Miller, you're up, and you're signed up favorable, and you're part of the sponsor panel. So why don't you weigh in, and then we'll take questions, okay?
Yes. Thank you guys so much today for having us, the chair, vice chair, Senator Zucker, Foley, and members of the committee. My name is Chris Miller. My family owns and operates Lone Oak Farm in Montgomery County. We grow grain, harvest it, process it all on site. And this is a huge part of our agritourism operation. I'm here in strong support of SB 861. This bill brings clarity and balance to how stormwater regulations are applied on agricultural land. Current stormwater standards laid out in the MDE manual were largely developed for residential and commercial development. Due to the lack of agricultural classification in the MDE manual, this creates confusion, delays, and unnecessary costs for agricultural operations without improving environmental outcomes. SB 861 addresses this by clearly defining agricultural uses as distinct from commercial development, recognizing that modern farms must diversify through value-added agriculture and agritourism in order to survive, and establishes local soil conservation districts, which are far more familiar with agricultural operations rather than the county level departments, which are specifically designed for urban development, to take control of this issue. Cropland, pasture, and conservation areas naturally infiltrate and treat stormwater. This bill does not weaken environmental initiatives, but actually protects it. If farms cannot adapt, they will not remain farms. They will be developed. This bill protects water quality while supporting long-term viability for Maryland agriculture. I, along with my family, a majority of the Montgomery County Council, and countless local farmers respectfully ask for a favorable report to this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the witnesses. So let's take questions, starting with Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify, there's lots of people who are favorable with amendments. Are you all favorable with the amendments that the sponsor introduced, or are you requesting different amendments?
And realizing that I forgot to clarify who I am for the record, Harrison Palmer, Chief of Staff at MDA. We're favorable with the amendments that we put together with MDE with the sponsor. So for our position, we are favorable with those amendments that were proposed.
So you're with MDA, the Department of Agriculture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so the amendments that Senator Zucker submitted are the amendments that everybody's talking about?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then just separately, I mean, I would love to know where MDE is with the stormwater regs. You mentioned that you are extending the process to respond to feedback from the agricultural community. So the process is ongoing, and you've got this bill as a stopgap. Like, it seems a little messy.
Well, sure. So, as always, happy to follow up offline for any updates on the stormwater regs process. I believe the public comment period just closed, but we had extended it specifically to get feedback on these agricultural and agritourism issues. We plan to propose that was a pre-proposal comment period. We plan to formally propose it this spring and expect to finalize it late this year. The way the amendments work are to help ensure that the stormwater design manual, that those regs do include appropriate treatment of issues like consideration of pasture land, cropland, meadowland in determining stormwater management practices, define agritourism, work with MDA to define agritourism in those regs. So that's why we wanted to try to harmonize this bill with that regulatory development process, while then also addressing some of the very specific issues that Montgomery County is facing, and with respect to how different entities in the permitting and regulatory implementation process treat the requirements.
Does this bill only for Montgomery County?
No, it applies statewide to the extent that it's updating this, or requiring certain aspects of updates to the stormwater regulations. That will apply statewide and provide all similar agricultural operations with that clarity that they need around managing stormwater requirements. Similarly, the standard plan, which is like a template that we would give to the permitting entities and to permit applicants, would help determine very quickly anywhere in the state, what do you need to do? What are the characteristics of this site? Do you need to take additional steps to manage stormwater or not? There are some very specific nuances about how coordination works in Montgomery County between the county and the Soil Conservation District, and that's what this bill would also help to address.
So how do determine what goes in the regs and what goes in the law? Like because you're in the middle of a regulatory process, right? And there's going to be a whole lot in stormwater management. And then we're coming in with this one specific thing, which I actually support, but there's been a number of things that MDE has done over the years where they've been in COMAR and then not as enforced as well as they are in law. Like we saw that with the stream clearing stuff. So why does this rise to the level of getting put in law and the rest of the storm regs are going to be storm regs?
I think that there's I can't speak specifically for the sponsors, but I think that there's some assurance provided by ensuring in statute that we are specifically looking at these things in our development of the regs that will help address the concerns that the agricultural community has raised, and give some guidance to the department as we go through that regulatory update process.
Yeah, no, and once again, I support the sponsor, I support the bill. I think in general, there's been concern about the stuff that MDE puts in regs and how much fidelity there is in the implementation. And if you're going through this huge review of the stormwater, regs, it seems like maybe we should actually look at that next year, Mr. Chair, and figure out if we should codify any of that.
I would just say that one of the, issues is when you put them in regs, next administration can come and repeal. When you put it in statute, it's, it is in statute would require an act of the legislature. It's a little bit, more durable. I mean, that's one of the factors along with some other legal aspects of law versus regs. But I think it's a legitimate issue Senator Hester raises. So I think that is something we should have some further conversations about. Looking at my crack whip legal counsel on environmental issues for any other point on this reg versus statutory. Okay, back to the witnesses. Any questions for the witnesses on the piece of legislation that's in front of us? Okay, seeing none, that's going to conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 861. Thanks to the group for your testimony. We're going to now go to Senator Mary Washington bill. Senator Washington, as many of us know, is on the mend. So she's sending her chief of staff, and Cass, I don't.
Hello.
Your first name is Kara.
It is.
Okay, Kara Madison.
Yep.
Okay,
that's right.
I got it right. Okay, we're going to start with Senate Bill 872, and I see Ruth Ann Norton here. I'm not sure who else is at the table, but we will soon find out.
I'm Riley Grace Rochong. I'm with Ruth Ann Norton and the Green Healthy Homes Initiative. I'm an attorney just here to help answer questions.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
Wait.
What?
And Riley was a committee spy many years ago.
I prefer committee policy analyst, thank you.
Policy analyst, Riley. Thank you.
Okay.
Good to have you back here.
Thank you.
Okay, Kara, let's back to you on Senate Bill 872. And this is the
Okay.
extent of the panel and the witnesses on this bill.
is.
So.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. For the record, I am Kara Madison, Senator Mary Washington's Chief of Staff, here to present on Senate Bill 872 on her behalf. This bill aims to close a gap in the protections of Maryland's Reduction of Lead Risk in Housing subtitle, which has protected families from lead hazards since 1994. However, for 30 years, some of our most vulnerable residents have been left out because of a single word: independent. Under current law, a rental dwelling unit must independently contain all provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation. This means that a single-room tenant, someone who rents a room in a house and shares a kitchen and a bathroom, is entirely excluded from the lead law's protections, even if those shared spaces are part of their lease and essential to their daily life. The people who most frequently live this way are low income, who cannot afford a full apartment in today's housing market and rely on single room rentals. These are exactly the vulnerable populations the lead subtitle was designed to protect. Yet, because of the word independent, landlords renting rooms in pre-1978 homes have no obligation to inspect for or reduce lead hazards for these tenants. Senate Bill 872 makes a simple and targeted fix. It removes the word independent from the definition and clarifies that a tenant who has access to on-site living facilities as part of their rental, even if those facilities are shared, qualifies for protection under the law. For landlords already complying with the law, the bill creates no additional obligations. It simply brings a category of currently exempt units into the same compliance framework that the rest of the covered rental market already follows. We respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Norton, why don't you go next?
Good afternoon, Chair, and it's so nice to be in front of the committee. I'm Ruth Ann Norton, President and CEO of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. I also chair the Governor's Commission on Lead Poisoning Prevention, but I'm here to represent GHHI today. This is a common sense proposal. As the affordable housing crisis has increased and has forced people into different types of dwelling units, more and more and more, we are seeing the pregnant women and families of young children that we serve are living in single-room units. The way the bill is written and proposed, it is just simply a common-sense expansion to meet the market and the affordability crisis that we face and to bring protections to people who are living in units that we see in the several thousand families we work with directly on lead poisoning prevention in Maryland, to bring them in to the common sense protections that the Maryland Lead Risk Reduction in Housing Law provides. It also does not place a burden on compliant landlords, and it does allow for us to exclude things like dormitories and other single-room entities that would not be a part of this bill. So I just think this is a common-sense protection and will help us advance the good work this legislature has done to protect our children. Thank you.
And you're just here for questions?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, questions for our witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 872. Okay, we're gonna really press Kara in the next bill.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
ready.
we're gonna go to Senate Bill 873. Kara, you're up next again on Senate Bill 873, and Ruth Ann Norton, you're the witness on this bill as well. So why don't you
As you
proceed?
see, I've carried the legacy of the binders to keep the spirit of Senator Washington with us. Anyway, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. Again, for the record, I'm Kara Madison, Senator Mary Washington's Chief of Staff, here to present on Senate Bill 873 on her behalf. This bill makes one targeted fix to Maryland's lead risk reduction law. Right now, when a child is diagnosed with lead poisoning, their landlord isn't required to act. Not right away. Before anything can happen, MDE has to conduct its own investigation of the property, and only if that investigation finds a problem can MDE require the landlord to address it. That extra step was added in 2019 at the request of rental property owners at the very moment that Maryland strengthened its lead poisoning standard. Just as we raised the bar for public health, landlords secured a procedural delay built right into the law. Senate Bill 873 removes that delay. The cost of leaving it in place is real. A child is diagnosed with lead poisoning, weeks or months pass while MDE works through its process, the whole time that child is still living in the same home. We are not changing what landlords have to do, we are restoring how quickly they have to do it. The moment MDE gets a positive test result, it can notify the property owner. The owner then has 30 days to address lead hazards, the same requirements that have been in Maryland law for decades. Maryland has long led the nation in childhood lead poisoning prevention. This bill keeps us there. Thank you for your consideration. We respectfully urge a favorable report.
For the record, Ruth Ann Norton, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. I was part of the folks who were here in 1994 in the construct of what is the nation's most successful lead poisoning prevention program. And in that construct, we had certain standards to be met at the time of occupancy, and then the rights of tenants through a notice of tenants' rights to be able to receive a modified risk reduction. And in that process, it calls for owners to come in, inspect units, and make the necessary repairs when there's a child with an elevated blood level or the presence of chipping, peeling, flaking paint. In this instance, our progress as a nation moving toward prevention and lowering the threshold level, and while we're trying to do that, this loophole was created. There's no real burden that will be put on owners differently. It just simply restores the right to avoid a loophole that owners are relying on to not get in with urgency to address hazards. And let me give you a couple of examples in this. We have clients who today will file a modified risk reduction because their child has a level of 3.5 micrograms per deciliter or higher. By saying we're going to wait for MDE to inspect before the owner will do anything violates the common standard that we have on a modified risk reduction. That action has to be taken in 30 days. What has this resulted in? Numerous clients that we have that wait for MDE who does not have the resources to do that inspection immediately necessarily. We have a client who was scheduled to testify today who's had 3 tests under healthcare procedures where the child's level is going up while waiting for inspection, where the owner could have gone in, looked for those things of chipping paint or hazardous dust levels and made those repairs within 30 days, keeping those levels down. We also have an instance that where we had a housing unit in Baltimore where kids went in with 0 lead levels. And these types of delays ended up with a child with a level of 97 micrograms per deciliter and a child of 21, both of which will likely have irreparable harm because of this unnecessary delay. This bill will not force owners to clean up soil or other sources. They will still have the right to inspect the unit for those things related directly to the Maryland Lead Risk Reduction in Housing Law. So testimony that you may hear following this in opposition would only keep kids in harm's way and really does not measure up. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Madison or Ms. Norton? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We do have 2 witnesses signed up unfavorable. Bob Enton, I see Mr. Enton, and Bill Costelli. Is Mr. Costelli here? Okay, no, Mr. Costelli, Bill Costelli. Okay, Mr. Enton, you are signed up unfavorable, and Mr. Costelli shows up. He can come to the stand, but you're the 2 witnesses signed up unfavorable, and you can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. You have our written testimony, and I'd just like to point a few things out. I was able to obtain a copy of the proponent's testimony. It kind of makes our case, if you will. Back in 2019, the threshold for a child to be considered lead poisoned was lowered to 3.5. Level of 3.5. It had gone from 10 to 5, and then down to 3.5. Part of that lowering of the threshold was language which is being attacked today by this bill, and that language reflected a number of things. The first thing it reflected was that going back and looking from 2000 and from the year 1990, year 2000, or say about 1999, there were 3,900 children with elevated blood leads of over 10. This program has been remarkably successful. In 2023, there were 267 children. It had gone down from 4,000 to 267. So this is a tremendously successful program where landlords maintain these properties. What this bill will do is this bill will say that even if your property is in perfect condition and a child moved in and that child has an elevated blood lead, even though there's nothing wrong with your property whatsoever, you must go ahead and take steps regarding your property. This current system works. What happens is MDE comes out and they inspect it. And if they find there are defects in your property, you fix it. But I can't rent my property to a new tenant unless I do the full risk reduction standards and eliminate the risk of lead paint. The last thing I would point out, Mr. Chairman, is if you looked in the Baltimore Sun today, you would see that there's lead paint chipping down from a bridge. We have lead poisoning in food. We have lead poisoning in pipes. What the current system does is it makes sure that if you're going to force a landlord to take steps they wouldn't otherwise have to take, that there's an inspection that makes them do that.
Okay.
So we are very, very much opposed to this bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eden. Questions for Mr. Eden? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill
Thank
hearing
you.
on Senate Bill 873. I'm going to go back to you, Kara, on Senate Bill 687. And I'm going to call up some favorable witnesses to join you at the table,
great.
if you don't
I thought I'd
mind.
be
They're
alone.
signed up straight favorable, Susan Radke and Winnie Carpenter. And are they here? Okay, come on up. Ms. Radke and Ms. Carpenter are signed up straight favorable. So, Ms. Madison, why don't you proceed on behalf of Senator Washington on Senate Bill 687?
Okay. Hello again. For the record, I am Kara Madison, Senator Mary Washington's Chief of Staff, here to present Senate Bill 687 on her behalf. So Maryland has made real progress on stormwater management. The A-Storm initiative was a massive, necessary step. It updated our precipitation standards and gave local governments the watershed flood management plans they need. That work matters, and this bill builds on it. A-Storm also revealed a gap. Even as MDE works to update its standards and identify high-risk watersheds, there is currently no formal mechanism requiring the department to apply flood risk analysis at the project level when individual development permits and plans are actually under review. A-Storm tells us where flooding has occurred and what standards should be. SB 687 asks MDE to use that knowledge when it counts most, before a project gets approved. This bill requires MDE to establish a flood risk review process for areas already identified as being at risk of tidal or non-tidal flooding. When a permit or plan comes before the department in one of those areas, the review must evaluate downstream flooding impacts, account for cumulative development in the watershed, use the most current climate-adjusted precipitation data, and stay consistent with any watershed management plan developed through A-Storm. If a project would increase downstream flood hazards, impair watershed-scale flood management strategies, or conflict with updated quantity standards, MDE must condition, modify, or deny approval. We often talk about the cost of regulation. We should also talk about the cost of not regulating thoughtfully. No single development project causes a flood. It is the accumulation of many approved projects over time, each one evaluated in isolation, each one adding a little more pavement, a little more runoff, a little less land to absorb what falls from the sky. The current system was never designed to evaluate that accumulation. This bill is. A watershed doesn't know where one county ends and another begins. When a parking lot replaces a floodplain, the water that land used to absorb has to go somewhere, and it goes downstream. It goes into basements, roads, and streams. It carries pollutants into the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay Foundation submitted testimony that says that stormwater is now the fastest growing source of pollution in the Bay watershed. Other sources have trended down. Stormwater has only gone up. That is a direct consequence of approving development without requiring a serious accounting of cumulative impacts. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration estimates that flooding alone has cost Maryland more than $500 million in damages over the last 40 years. And just last May, a storm dumped nearly a foot of rain on Allegheny and Garrett counties, causing over $33 million in damage. And according to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, every dollar invested in resilience returns $13 in avoided damages. This review process is not a burden on development. It is an investment that pays for itself many times over. Maryland will flood again. The question is whether we keep paying for it after the fact or use the tools we already have to make smarter decisions before the shovel hits the ground. We have heard the concerns raised by MDE, MDOT, and others about scope and implementation costs, and we take them seriously. Senator Washington is open to amendments that address those concerns, whether that means narrowing the types of permits covered, phasing implementation to align with completed watershed modeling, or building on the sequencing that A-Storm has already established. However this bill is shaped, Maryland cannot keep approving development in flood-prone areas without any formal requirement to consider what that means for the people who live downstream. We owe it to every community that has watched floodwaters rise and every family that has lost a home or a business to make sure that we are doing everything we can before we approve the next project that puts more communities at risk. Senate Bill 687 is how we do that. We respectfully urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our next witness. Why don't you tell us who you are, and you'll be on the up to 2-minute clock.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon to Chair, Vice Chair, and to the committee. My name is Winnie Carpenter, and on behalf of the OLA Catonsville Flood Solutions in Baltimore County, we are here to support Bill number 687. I ask that you preview the 9 picture and map exhibits that were submitted in our written testimony, so I won't go over all of that. They give a greater understanding of the flood situation in our part of the county and across the Patapsco River in Howard County. We both have a history of tributary and river flooding, to include deaths as recent as 2018. The cumulative impacts of past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future of development in the watershed must be addressed. Baltimore and Howard County tributaries meet at Patapsco River in Ellicott City, where there is no high water gauge. And we know this is a small detail, but to incorporate much needed data regarding current and projected intensity, duration, and frequency, this is just one tool to collect vital information, and we don't have it. The residents of Baltimore County, current and future, hope that you can support this bill. We thank you for your consideration, and would like to just add one note. We'd like to thank MDE for extending the public comment period for the stormwater regulations. We do appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't you tell us who you are and proceed.
Thank you. My name is Susan Ratke, and I'm a co-leader of the Catonsville Indivisible Group. We are a grassroots group of constituents living in Catonsville, Southwest Baltimore County, Maryland, who are dedicated to protecting our environmental justice rights, progressive and democratic values. The Catonsville Indivisible Group and I support Senate Bill 687. We are asking for a favorable report because this will establish and implement a flood risk review process for certain areas identified as being at risk of tidal and non-tidal flooding. I go into my second paragraph in the written testimony about an example of how Baltimore County and Howard County have had differing ways of providing flood risk review, and they have adversely impacted the Ella Baltimore County side. So I'm not going to go over that, but I just want you to know that we urge you to be favorable in this report, because this bill helps to ensure that the state and counties are being proactive against, possible and probable flooding in our areas. This bill will also ensure that future development will address areas of development in Turner Station, which is an African-American community, and many people of color live in that community. We also want you to recognize that there is development happening now at the Inner Harbor, Fells Point, and Canton areas of Baltimore City, as well as other areas throughout the state of Maryland. So we urge you to vote favorable and to eventually pass this legislation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Ms. Madison or the two witnesses? on Senate Bill 687? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to, we've got some unfavorables. We're going to call Dom Butchko. Dom, come on up from MACO. I see Mr. Ballantyne, Tom Ballantyne, Lori Graff. Is Ms. Graff here? And then we do have one virtual witness as well who is now in the queue. Okay, so let's start with you, Mr. Butchko, on behalf of Maryland Association of Counties. This group is signed up unfavorable. So why don't you start?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 687. Really quick, this bill is duplicative. Local jurisdictions already are required to do these types of flood assessments. We're already doing them rather successfully. This legislation, if enacted, would cut against the intent of the Housing Certainty Act, as well as the theme of the session, which is to move development along faster. And in doing so, we're just duplicating work already being done at the local level. With that, we respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here in opposition to Senate Bill 687. This bill requires direct MDE review of permit applications in flood risk areas. MDE is authorized to make changes to those plans to deny stormwater permits on a project-by-project basis, and it introduces a new consultation loop with watershed advisory groups prior to MDE issuing a final determination on a plan or permit. As Mr. Butchko mentioned, there are flood risk analysis loops in the local stormwater and development review process. Some of them happen in designated flood risk watersheds that were related to Senate Bill 225 that you all dealt with earlier in the session. Others come up for other reasons if there are concerns about downstream flooding under local laws. But MDE doesn't have the staff to administer this directly and directly review the process because the standard and the structure has been designed to delegate the decision-making authority to the local level. And most importantly for us, this bill duplicates and potentially disrupts the A-Storm process. We supported the A-Storm process in 2021 and spent 4 years as part of a collaborative stakeholder working groups and working with the department to bring the A-Storm stormwater management changes to fruition. They deal with flooding. They deal with making adjustments to the stormwater regs to recognize the frequency and severity of storm events. For those reasons, we're here in opposition to the bill and urge your unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Graff.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association, also respectfully in opposition. I'm going to be brief because you've heard a lot today, but this creates a new mandatory review step. And as we've stated before, additional permitting delays adds new steps, makes housing take longer to get approved. Not only that, it will hurt redevelopment. It will make projects not pencil out. In addition to time, it's added expenses. You have to get new consultants. You have to have more engineers and other legal fees. As Mr. Butchko stated, local jurisdictions are already managing the floodplain regulations, stormwater requirements, and land use planning. There's also other things that are happening at the federal and state level, such as FEMA floodplain maps, Clean Water Act, permitting, stormwater management, erosion sediment control. I could go on and on. And then Mr. Ballantyne mentioned the A-Storm, which hasn't even taken effect yet. So we feel like this is duplicative, and we would ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's get Mr. Van Kirk in here, virtually signed up unfavorable, and then we'll take questions. Mr. Van Kirk, you're on the up to 2-minute clock.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jason Van Kirk. I'm regional partner with Elm Street Development. There are two main reasons I encourage an unfavorable report for this bill. First, this bill is focused on environmental site design to the maximum extent practicable, what we like to call ESD to the MEP. ESD to the MEP is not written to address flood risk. Maryland's current stormwater management manual says in Chapter 3, Section 3.0.3, under the heading Flood Protection, quote, ESD practices are not to be used for flood protection. This is because ESDs are designed for the one-year storm and providing water quality. If this bill wanted to address flood protection or water quantity, it would limit Chapter 3 practices in favor of Chapter 4, which has the Maryland 378 pond requirements, which are designed for quantity management. Second, this is both confusing and premature to pass this bill before MDE completes the stormwater management regulation revisions that they've been working on for the past 4 years in response to Senate Bill 227 from 2021. This has been addressed already by a couple of others. And that was to address the quantity imbalance that was created from 2011 when the regulations were revised in response to the Chesapeake Bay TMDL to focus on water quality. Please allow this process to come to a conclusion. I encourage an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Kirk. Questions for any of the panelists in person or virtual? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 687, which brings us to the final bill of the day, although there are quite a number of witnesses on this final bill. But Ms. Madison, we're going to call you up for the fourth and final bill from Senator Washington.
I wish I could say it would be brief, but as you said.
Okay, I'm going to call up the sponsor panelists, Sharon Boyce, Kenneth Bauer, Robert Dover, hold on a second, and Frederick Lendon Tutman. Those are the four panelists that have been designated by the senator as her panelists. And so, Ms. Madison, why don't you proceed?
Okay. Good afternoon for the fourth and final time, committee. For the record, my name is Kara Madison. I am Senator Mary Washington's Chief of Staff, here to present on Senate Bill 688. Senate Bill 688 is not anti-restoration. It is pro-accountability. Maryland's current system for awarding compliance credit is not tied to whether the work actually improves our streams, and the science says in case after case that it often does not. As this committee knows, Maryland requires municipalities to meet pollution reduction targets under the MS4 permit system, also known as the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System Permit. Meeting those targets is expensive and time-consuming, so jurisdictions often seek the most cost-effective path to compliance. About a decade ago, one approach became very popular: large-scale engineered stream projects that use heavy equipment to physically dig up and reshape stream channels. These projects generate substantial compliance credits under Maryland's accounting system, and a thriving industry has grown around them. The problem is that completing the project earns the credit regardless of whether the stream actually improved. Science has never supported that incentive. Study after study, including research conducted right here in Maryland across more than 40 stream sites, has found little to no evidence that these projects deliver the ecological improvements they are credited for. In fact, researchers repeatedly found that the untouched sections of the same streams were in better ecological condition than the sections that had been restored. When local governments foot the bill, that means public dollars through stormwater fees, county budgets, and state grants are going towards projects that the monitoring data shows largely aren't delivering. Taxpayers deserve better. This bill rebalances those incentives. Most of our streams are eroding because too much water hits them too fast. Runoff from parking lots, roads, and rooftops get funneled into streams from storm drains. Digging up and reshaping the stream bed doesn't fix that. It's treating the symptom while the upstream cause goes unaddressed. Maryland's compliance system already gives credit for approaches that tackle the problem at the source, such as permeable pavement, green roofs, tree planting, and stormwater infrastructure repairs. These approaches work better, but right now, nobody is required to evaluate these out-of-stream approaches first. This bill will require them to do so. The bill does three things. First, before any heavy equipment stream project can count toward permit compliance, the applicant must show that less invasive alternatives were considered and found to be unworkable, not merely inconvenient. That evaluation is not currently required and rarely happens. Second, earning credit must mean demonstrating that the stream actually improved using ecological data collected after construction is complete. Right now, credits are awarded, projects are completed, and no one is required to check whether the stream got better. This bill creates that feedback loop. Third, the information that communities are told about a proposed project must match what is submitted to MDE. People who live near these projects deserve to know what is actually being proposed in their neighborhood. That transparency is not currently guaranteed. The bill does not ban or create a moratorium on stream restoration. It does not add unreasonable process requirements that would make it harder for good projects to move forward. It is narrowly focused on the crediting system, requiring that compliance credit be tied to demonstrated ecological results, not just project completion. We recognize that controlling stormwater at the source is not always feasible. The bill takes that seriously. The alternatives analysis requirement includes an exemption for infeasibility. In closing, our streams are public resources. This bill ensures that restoration projects actually do what they claim to do, leave our waterways genuinely better off than before. Before I turn it over to our panel, I'd like to briefly give you some background about the experts who will speak in greater depth about the science and community impact. Fred Tutman is a Patuxent riverkeeper and the longest serving water keeper in the Chesapeake Bay region. Ken Bauer is a Maryland master naturalist, a former member of Montgomery County's Water Quality Advisory Group, and a member of MDE's Ecological Restoration Permitting Study. Bob Dover is a geologist with more than 35 years of experience in surface water, hydrology, and watershed management. And Sharon Boyes is a citizen advocate and co-founder of Protect Our Streams, who's been working on stormwater reform since a stream restoration project occurred in her own community. We are grateful to the committee for its time and consideration, and we respectfully ask for a favorable report.
Kara, do you have an order you prefer? Or, okay, so we'll start.
I guess I'm up. So
you are first up, okay? And you're going to be on the 2-minute clock.
Thank you. As has been said, I'm Fred Tutman. I've been the riverkeeper on the Patuxent for 22 years. And over those years, I've seen a lot of restoration projects, stream beds, wetlands. Some, in my opinion, well done. Others, in my view, a terrible mess. But the point here is whether these are good or bad projects is largely in the eye of the beholder in a very lightly regulated field of endeavor. That's one of the reasons we need this bill passed. Much like graffiti on a public building or art inside of a museum, they each strike the viewer in a very different way. If you don't know what that project was designed to do, you have no way of really evaluating whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. You know, I've seen lots of graffiti on bridges and thought they reflected real artistic talent, but I've seen some others where people would probably consider it profane. So the point is we don't all see the same thing when we're looking at these, and we need to get on the same page by introducing standards. There's one feature of these projects, though, that's indisputable. The builders don't own those resources. They're manipulating public trust resources they have no more right to than anybody else. For people with a profit or a financial interest in the outcome, it's really folly to leave it up to their imagination on what these projects should do or should not do. So with minimal oversight, and sometimes with public funds, without controlling standards, these processes basically are twisted. If you look at stream bed restoration, you just don't know if it was an attempt to generate credits, mitigate something someplace else, produce biological uplift, who knows? There's a real absence of standards. So I recognize also that very few people will want to work on saving or conserving these resources in the future, as long as there's a pretty robust marketplace getting paid to restore them once they've already been ruined. So there's an incentive to do these projects whether they're needed or not, and that's unsustainable. So we need to make sure these processes are a means towards an end rather than an end unto themselves. The simple truth is if we pass these laws that add just a little bit more oversight to these restoration projects, we'll get better projects overall. That's just plain common sense. So I urge a positive review and report on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Let's just go down the table and each of you be on the 2-minute clock.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Bauer with the Coalition to Stop Stream Destruction. For the record, we have no financial interests in this bill. This bill does not ban or create a moratorium on stream or floodplain restorations. On the contrary, it is common sense that we only want the best projects done in our streams, unlike most that require constant repair at taxpayer expense. This bill enhances the whole Watershed Act and aligns perfectly with Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. In addition, the Army Corps mitigation rule does not mandate stream restoration and allows
allows upland projects. The effectiveness of stream restorations is not supported by the science. Published papers analyzed over 700 projects to show that water pollution and ecological function are not improved and are sometimes worse. A small number of successful projects or a project tour do not disprove the overwhelming scientific evidence. Plus, there is no evidence that upland projects affect drinking water, private wells, or groundwater, as the other side may speculate. A Chesapeake Bay Program expert panel report acknowledges that stream restorations do not stop erosion, and the current monitoring requirement is only for a quick visual inspection. It makes common sense that pollution credits be based on measurable outcomes, not flawed models. The Caesar report told us we can't fix degraded streams by trying to recreate pre-colonial natural conditions. Therefore, this bill has a common sense requirement to examine the source of stream erosion with an alternatives analysis to evaluate upland options such as permeable pavement. No one buys a house before doing an alternatives analysis. This bill will drive down costs by promoting cheaper upland projects. MDE documents 20 such projects, and most companies already do upland projects, so no job loss, no profit loss. Finally, the fiscal note fails to acknowledge that MDE has speeded up the permitting process by threefold, so we believe that fewer additional positions will actually be needed due to MDE's productivity improvements. The fiscal note also fails to acknowledge the decreased cost per acre treated of the 20 projects that are cheaper than stream restorations, and fewer stream restorations will be required to be monitored. Therefore, we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir.
Hello, I'm Bob Dover from Columbia. I'm a professional geologist with more than 40 years of surface water hydrology experience. I'm testifying in support of SB 688 based on my knowledge of the underlying science and my study of the post-construction results. First, these projects are enormously destructive to existing resources and neighborhoods, and the adverse impacts are definite, immediate, and irreversible. The designers fail to understand the critical functions that mature trees play in the hydrology of a watershed. Tree root systems are the most important factor in stabilizing soils and floodplains, and the most important factor in controlling runoff volumes is the evapotranspiration function of mature trees. Removing mature trees and manipulating stream channels in an attempt to reduce erosion and address high runoff volumes is literally the opposite of what we should be doing. Second, improvements in water quality or ecological function are questionable, and if they occur, they're only temporary. The projects fail to address the root cause of degradation to the stream, which is excessive runoff. This is acknowledged in the permits themselves, which limit the permit term to 5 years instead of the normal 10 years, because these projects are, quote, prone to being destroyed by subsequent floods. Right now in Columbia, 2 projects are underway, and both of them are doing nothing but repairing erosion damage at projects that were done 6 years ago. I expect you're going to hear testimony claiming that these projects are always successful, that any impacts are minor and temporary, and that the bill is a ban on all stream restoration projects. None of these are true. By requiring an alternatives analysis and minimizing impacts to existing resources, this bill is simply trying to ensure that projects are optimized for maximum success and minimum impacts. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Boyce.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman and members of the committee. My name is Sharon Boyce. Thank you for this opportunity to express my strong support for SB 688. This legislation represents a necessary maturation of Maryland's environmental policy by ensuring our investments yield a verified return. To those concerned about impacts on restoration efforts and jobs, this is not a ban. It will not eliminate jobs, credits, or funding. Instead, it redirects our workforce and tax dollars towards more effective, sustainable projects. Contractors, nonprofits, and consultants remain essential for planning, design, and community education. We still need professionals to grow and plant trees and install stormwater controls. By prioritizing upland first strategies and requiring post-construction monitoring, we are creating a more sophisticated, science-driven market and healthier waterways. The purpose of the Clean Water Act is to make our waters more fishable and swimmable, yet there are 13 known negative consequences associated with water quality from stream restorations, and they intentionally create flooding by design. This bill addresses a critical fiscal issue. For too long, we've awarded credits based solely on construction completion instead of essentially tearing up a stream and calling it a success. We've spent billions on projects that often fail to deliver measurable results. This bill ends the practice of credit grabbing by ensuring taxpayer money is spent on projects that demonstrate functional lift and biological recovery rather than modeled estimates. This bill actually takes the whole watershed into consideration and adds some much-needed guidance and accountability. SB 688 is a right project, right place approach that protects the integrity of the restoration industry. It is scientifically sound, fiscally responsible, and ensures our money is spent where it works. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel or for Ms. Madison? Senator Brooks?
Yes, Ms. Madison, do you know whether or not the senator or you have discussed those concerns with or suggestions with the MDE?
I think Sharon could actually speak to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've actually addressed our concerns with MDE for years. I've met with Lee Curry. I've had him out on a stream walk in my neighborhood. We've made suggestions to the non-tidal wetland mitigation bank program, the in lieu fee program, the A-storm document that's been mentioned several times. I've even actually presented MDE with a program by expanding their ILF program that could potentially create a mechanism where they could self-fund. They could sell all of the mitigation credits, and they could pool the money together to fund projects or model a program up in Massachusetts that's already been approved by the Army Corps, where they pool the money and purchase sensitive wetlands that could be up for development, so they're actually protecting some of these places, which I would consider to be true mitigation. So we have addressed it, and we've given suggestions, and unfortunately, we haven't had a lot of success.
Okay, what do you say to those who, I guess, would agree that stormwater should be controlled at the source? But, you know, that's not a viable alternative to restoring any given stream.
Well, let Bob answer, but I would, go ahead.
Yes, sir. My response to that is just because it's difficult to do it upstream doesn't mean doing it downstream is going to work. And so it's too often seen as a choice between A or B, and it's not. Option B, if it's not going to work, it's not going to work, period.
Okay. Are there any good storm, I guess you'd say, stream restoration that you're aware of?
Well, no, because they don't address the problem. Stream restorations address a symptom of a problem, but they don't offer a solution or a cure, which is reducing the stormwater runoff before it enters the stream. And we do have 31 other methods that do reduce stormwater runoff that generate TMDL credits besides stream restorations. They're just called the biggest bang for the buck because typically they don't require as much community engagement. In the case of the restoration in my neighborhood, they only needed the sign off from the Columbia Association, but not the hundreds of people that were directly impacted by the project. They generate a lot of credits, and unfortunately, we've set up a system here where those credits are mandatory. They're obligatory. They cost our counties. Our counties have to come up with these projects to fulfill the demand for TMDL credits. And then our counties have to come up with money to maintenance those projects, those stream restorations that fail. Like the project in my neighborhood is in year 6 now. It cost our state $2.2 million to build. And here in year 6, they were just out there 2 weeks ago excavating the stream, pumping it out, and putting more rocks in it in year 6. And we were, told by year 3 this area would be stabilized, but I brought the design plans, and if you look here in this extremely very fine print down here with the magnifying glass, it actually says that it will take 30 years for our stream banks to be stabilized again. 30 years. So,
Senator Brooks? You good?
I'm good. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to call up additional witnesses that have signed up on the favorable side. Is Marion Eady here? Edie, I see you there. Juliana Siegel here. Okay, I'm just going to keep calling. Tasnia Needy. Hiba Hakim. Sophia Bang. Okay, let's see. Aristos Zagararis. Okay, I've got 6 seats, 6 witnesses. Okay, Marion, I know you from back in the hood, as they say, so why don't you proceed
All right.
with your testimony on Senate Bill 688.
Thank you. I'm Marion Eady, speaking for the Sierra Club in support of SB 688 to improve the way we manage stormwater in Maryland. The bill moves us toward prevention to control stormwater at the source, requiring pollution credits reflect real environmental outcomes, not simply miles of streambed dug up and re-engineered. Others have said there are problems here. One example, the University of Baltimore campus recently spent $27 million to clear cut and restore a forested wetland where mature trees kept the stream so stable it survived a 1,000-year flood without leaving its channel. Now a local forester warns it won't hold up in the next heavy rain. A study of 644 projects found they only 7% improved water quality. We lose biodiversity. There's a decline in stream health. That's not surprising if you think about how these projects are done. Thousands of trees removed, the earth scraped bare and destabilized, the roots which stabilized the banks, the canopy which buffered the force of rain. All that's gone. Without shade, the water is too hot for aquatic life. Invasive plants rush in that don't support our native species. We created systems which incentivize stream restorations regardless of need, and administratively, it is easier to authorize a few big construction projects than to create many smaller interventions as upland controls. So agencies are slow to change. Change could save us money. Others have referred to MDE's report on financial insurance, and that's backed up. We have in our written testimony 3 other studies showing how upland controls using green infrastructure can be less costly and more effective long-term. We realize the fiscal note is daunting. It counts the costs of looking before we leap. It doesn't count the money we save by not doing projects which fail or restoring streams which don't need it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who wants to go next? Okay, let's go. Why don't you just move to your right here? Just hand that mic to the young man. Tell us who you are, and you're going to be, each of you are on the 2-minute clock, okay? So why don't you start?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I am Aristos Xagaradis, and we are the Burley Manor Stream Team from Burley Manor Middle School from Howard County. We have spent the last 3 years focused on the issue of stream stabilizations and their harms to the environment. Stream stabilizations are projects categorized as best management practices and are performed for MS4 and mitigation credits. Developers purchase mitigation credits to offset the harm caused by developing wetlands and sensitive habitats. Contractors who perform work for MS4 credits make huge profits, and the system is set up so that they make the most on stream stabilizations, rather than managing water flow before it reaches our streams. This makes it very difficult, if not nearly impossible, to protect and sustain the inland wetlands that are so critical to our environment here in Maryland. This entire system is backwards. We should be preserving our true natural wetlands by protecting the natural streams and mature trees. The current model operates under the precept that the way to offset harm is to create more harm, instead of protecting and preserving what we have left. Most stream stabilization projects are designed to help stop erosion in the stream bed. However, these projects end up causing more erosion. Many trees are removed, meaning there are no longer roots there to hold up the banks, so in turn the banks end up collapsing. This would not be an issue if stream stabilization projects were not favored and used entirely at all. Additionally, the heavy machinery runs over tree roots, which causes the trees to die. So in addition to all the trees removed, there are also many trees that die unintentionally in the process. Plus, when counting the trees they plan to remove in a stream stabilization project, contractors decide on what diameter size of tree is acceptable to call it a tree. This size is typically 8 inches in diameter or more. Due to this, they leave out hundreds of trees that are too small to be classified as a tree. They make it seem like they are only removing a few trees, when in reality they are removing hundreds of trees. However, when planting trees to replace the uprooted ones, the trees they plant are usually around 1 centimeter in diameter, which contractors classify as a tree when planting.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to go next of the 4 of you witnesses? Okay. Whoever grabs the mic and starts talking goes first, so.
Hello, I'm Hiba Hakim from the Burley Manor Stream Team. Stream stabilizations directly impact water quality and biodiversity in the environment around a repaired stream channel due to the decisions made by contractors. Heavy machinery is brought onto the site, compacting soil and compromising its absorbency. When the soil becomes less permeable, stormwater runoff increases, carrying excess sediment into the stream. This sediment intoxicates the water, reduces oxygen levels, increases temperature, and blocks infrastructure, hence harming aquatic life. Contractors uproot trees, releasing, quote, up to 48 pounds of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, end quote. Greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide fuel global warming. On average, quote, the global annual temperature rises by 0.36 degrees Fahrenheit every decade, end quote. With the removal of native vegetation, invasive plant species can quickly establish in the newly open space, aided by wind-carried seeds. Similarly, the uprooted trees are often replaced with a handful of young saplings, and these take years to expand root systems strong enough to stabilize stream banks. Hence, the loss of native established plant life reduces biodiversity, reflecting fewer native plant species as well as animals that feed off of them. In addition to destabilizing ecosystems, the removal of vegetation and accumulation of dry debris increases the risk of forest fires. Without the developed mature trees and undergrowth to retain moisture, dry soil and exposed debris create highly flammable conditions. Forest fires can spread rapidly and devastate surrounding habitats and communities. Rather than restoring balance, poorly executed, large-scale stream stabilization projects can disrupt ecosystems, weaken exposure to forest fires, and create long-term environmental instability. If these projects are truly meant to protect our waterways, why are they compromising the biodiversity, water quality, and climate resilience that sustain our environment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next witness.
I am Sophia Bang of the Burley Manor Stream Team. The Clean Water Act, Title IV, Subtitle II of the Environmental Article of Annotated Code of Maryland states that the management of stormwater runoff is necessary to reduce stream channel erosion, pollution, siltation, and sedimentation, and local flooding, all of which have adverse impacts on the water and land resources of Maryland. A way that we can use this is with best management practices, or BMPs. These are simple ways to protect the environment, especially water. In upland water management, BMPs help control rainwater in higher areas before it flows down into streams, rivers, lakes. When it rains, water runs off hard surfaces like roads, sidewalks, and rooftops. This water can pick up trash, oil, dirt, and chemicals and carry them into nearby water. Upland BMPs are made to slow down the water, clean it in a natural way, and to prevent flooding. Some examples are rain gardens, bioswales, and bioretention ponds. Rain gardens are planted in areas that soak up water. In addition to preventing flooding, rain gardens also clean the water at the same time. Bioswales are shallow ditches with grass that guide water and help it soak to the ground. Bioretention ponds slow down the rate of water flow, creating temporary areas of pooled water. As the water is stored, pollutants from the stormwater is filtered out before they reach waterways and streams. Upland water management is important because what happens on higher land affects areas downstream. If rainwater is not controlled, it can wash away soil damaged property and carry pollution into rivers and neighborhoods. Over time, this can harm fish, wildlife, and even drinking water sources. These practices help reduce damage from heavy storms, protect homes and roads, and keep local ecosystems healthy. Taking care of your upland areas help make sure that the entire watershed stays clean and balanced.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's keep going down the table.
Hello, my name is Tasnia Niti of the Burley Manor Stream Team, and as the children who will inherit the world you leave behind, our group is deeply concerned about the environment, about how the environment is being treated today. Decisions like conducting stream stabilizations have long-lasting effects, and we are the ones who will live with the consequences. By bringing in these projects, you do not temporarily change the environment, you will forever cause it damage. For example, many of us and our peers, including me, live in the Font Hill community, where stream stabilization is planned in the wetland park. The Font Hill stream is a healthy stream with minnows, crayfish, deer, fish, and birds. This stream stabilization will endanger the thriving life, and without them, the park will be left bare. In Font Hill, there's a rare leucistic cardinal living there. She is a 1 in 30,000, and many birders from all over come to visit the white cardinal. When the stream stabilization occurs, this bird will lose her habitat and will have to find a home in another place. Additionally, this project will also enable more erosion and raise issues with the direction of the stream. The plan involves changing the winding shape to aim straight for the bridge and cause potential flooding. Heavy machinery will also be used to cut through small spaces, cutting down trees and increasing the wildfire risk. This will not only disrupt the ecosystem, but it will also destroy a place where families used to gather. Our community will see a bare, irreparable park instead of the lively place it is. A stream stabilization in Longfellow has impacted the community living there by causing flooding in their basements. Citizens there complain about the lack of trees, leading to water reaching their homes. Stream stabilizations are very dangerous to our ecosystems and also cause problems to the neighbors living near the project sites. Once the harm is done, we cannot undo it. The choices made today will shape the environment that we will receive tomorrow. Your decisions now affect our lives in the future. We deserve to receive a healthy environment, not one with permanent damage. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to our final witness on this panel.
Hello, my name is Juliana Siegel, and our group is pleased that Senate Bill 688 calls for the treatment of stormwater runoff to remove pollutants and enhance water quality. This will help keep our waterways clean and functional. Additionally, the bill mentioned minimizing disturbance to existing streams, floodplains, and riparian upland forests. This will help prevent unnecessary projects from happening to our environment, as well as keeping these critical habitats natural. Furthermore, Senate Bill 688 expresses minimizing impacts to wildlife habitats, tree loss and removal, earth disturbance, as well as disturbance to native vegetation. This is a very important part of the bill since it allows very little disturbance of wildlife habitats, plus minimizing tree removal will help keep our forests lush and healthy. Similarly, reducing erosion caused by tree removal. Minimizing earth disturbance will help address the problem of heavy machinery killing tree roots because of the constant action of running them over. The bill was also written to avoid impacts to the non-invasive plant communities and specimen trees. Non-invasive plant communities are a key part in keeping our forests healthy and providing animals with habitats. Specimen trees play a huge part in providing key nesting for birds, as well as food for woodpeckers. This part of the bill is one of the most important parts, as it protects these critical trees. Also, Senate Bill 688 calls for, when appropriate, prioritizing the removal of non-native and invasive trees, as well as vegetation. This key factor will help control invasive plant species. In addition, this can be used as an alternative to removing native plants. This bill calls for the management of runoff and the integrity of stream channels, as well as the minimization of pollutants and stormwater. This bill further ensures that the required budget is met, quality is kept, and our environment is left healthy. Thank you for your time, and we hope for a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all for your testimony. And I'm going to go call the final few witnesses on favorable, and then we do have some unfavorables. But let me call up, is Winnie Carpenter here? Ms. Carpenter here, Richard Bannister here. Mr. Bannister here. Thank you. Okay, is Roger Davis here?
Any questions for this panel?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Okay, Mr. England, okay, you're virtual, you're also on this panel as well. We're going to take the in-person witnesses, then we'll go to you, Mr. England, okay? So why don't you hold on? Okay, who do we? Yeah, make sure you're turned off your YouTube, okay, if you've got the YouTube on, because then we get back. Okay. Okay, we'll get you in a second. Okay, who do we have at the table here? Who wants to start?
Carpenter.
Okay, Mrs. Carpenter, why don't you start? Ms. Carpenter, you're on the up to 2-minute testimony, and you're signed up, again, favorable. And we'll take the extent of these witnesses, and then why don't you begin?
Okay. Good afternoon again, committee. My name is Winnie Carpenter, and on behalf of the OELA Catonsville Flood Solutions in Baltimore County, we support Bill number 688. This bill considers the protection of forest buffers and open space for new development. The use of a forest bank in another watershed should be discouraged, especially if trees are being removed from a floodplain to preserve natural water flow and ecological balance. A project was designed to address the historic and continuing flooding along Cooper Branch in Baltimore County. Numerous heavy equipment involved in the stream restoration project was in 2019. This project failed. Cooper Branch again flooded in 2020, 2024, and 2025, closing Frederick Road in 2 locations and eroding our trolley trail number 9. Home and property owners are impacted by projects such as this near their neighborhoods. They should be involved in the development decisions since these projects influence the safety, enjoyment, and overall well-being of their families. Thank you for the consideration of this bill.
Thank you. And Aaron Fisher's here. I missed you, Mr. Fisher. My apologies. Why don't you come up and grab a seat? Okay, sir, you're in the middle. Why don't you can start.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Roger Davis. I'm with Save Font Hill Wetland Park in Ellicott City. I'm here to express my strong support for SB 688. My experience with stream restoration began when I witnessed the destruction of a unique wetland ecosystem. A once cool, shaded forest and stream was converted into a heat island and warm creek, leading to algae blooms and the loss of aquatic life. Many replacement trees have since died. My neighbors and I had no prior knowledge of this project and no opportunity to provide input or ask for an alternative. This wasn't the only time we had inadequate notice and inaccurate information presented. Technical documents frequently do not align with public presentations. In one instance, a presentation claimed 46 trees would be removed for a project, while survey stakes indicated 600 would be removed. Currently, Font Hill Park is facing its 3rd restoration since 2007 to repair failures from a 2019 project. Instead of having a community meeting during the design phase, they waited until after the permit was issued and had a meeting in September 2025, leaving residents with no meaningful way to contribute. Furthermore, notification signs were placed away from the road for only 30 days, leaving most neighbors unaware again. It is imperative that the public receive proper notice during the early design phase. I specifically support the requirements in Section 18-102 to ensure that notifications accurately describe the project scope, including impacts on flooding, wildlife habitat, and tree removal. The department assesses documentation for consistency between public-facing materials and technical data. To ensure the best outcomes for our watersheds and our communities, we must mandate transparency and early engagement. I urge a favorable report on SB 688.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Richard Bannister. I'm from Columbia, and I'm speaking in strong support of the Maryland Senate Bill 688. In the summer of 2020, my wife and I were informed of an upcoming stream restoration project known as the Lake Elkhorn Project, adjacent to our property and adjacent to a locally popular wooded stream trail. Thus began several years of struggle to protect the woods and stream from unnecessary destruction. After we formed a group with other local concerned residents, we managed to halt the project. But the corporations pushing the Lake Elkhorn project justified it by stating that the project would generate millions of dollars of mitigation credits for development use downstream. They also claimed it would reduce pollutants to the Chesapeake Bay, but official local water quality reports showed nitrogen levels to be normal and phosphorus levels to be elevated only during storm events. It was claimed it would prevent sediment winding up in the bay, However, 2 man-made dams prevented any sediment from reaching the bay. In other words, the motive for this project was financial and not environmental. Through my opposition to the project, I learned and documented a lot about upland wood and stream practices, the main takeaway being that they seldom work, nor have they the promised effects. Generally, they are unmonitored after completion, and after a couple of years or so, they begin to fall apart, resulting in more sediment release. The replanted vegetation is overrun by invasive plants, die of harsh climatic conditions, or is browsed by deer. Out-of-stream controls of stormwater, i.e. best practices, are the only methods that can permanently control pollutants and sediment. Mechanical in-stream channel engineering is a temporary and unproven solution. Please protect our streams and save our precious upland woods and forests, and submit a report in favor of SB 688.
Okay, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm a fourth-generation Marylander with a PhD from the University of Maryland. I've worked for water nonprofits, and I now work for a construction company. And I kind of position myself as a pragmatic environmentalist and really wanting to do more of what works. But ever since I can recall, growing up in Maryland, having crabs in 4th grade, we prioritized saving the bay, and 40-plus years of stormwater work last year was the second lowest crab count on record. Mother Nature is telling us that what we are doing, and it's a lot of stream bank restorations not succeeding and not listening, would be insulting. Simply put, the key challenge in stream bank restoration work is that it full-heartedly believes that we can engineer a better waterway. We are mansplaining Mother Nature. For millions of years, rain fell everywhere, and it was managed locally. It infiltrated where it fell. Developments, houses, roads, parking lots disrupt this distributed model of stormwater management. Prioritizing low-maintenance on-site management practices within a defined property line is the most natural effort to restore water quality in Maryland and in a lot of other jurisdictions around the country. Research by the University of Maryland, which I've submitted along with my written testimony, shows that this is not only possible, but cost-effective. SB 688 does just this, pushing people to do more upland work as opposed to in the stream bank, while appropriately carving out exceptions if we need to do work to protect property and lives. Thank you.
Let's get our virtual witness, Mr. England. Why don't you unmute yourself? Okay. You're still muted, sir. Okay, you know how to unmute yourself? Is there a prompt that comes up asking you to unmute yourself? Okay. Okay, you don't see anything popping up, sir? Otherwise, we're going to, unfortunately, I don't know how to solve it other than, so?
Lower left of his own
Okay.
his Zoom box.
Well, I'm assuming no. Lower left on your screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Unfortunately, Mr. England.
Okay.
There you go. A miracle has occurred in the
The
AAA
OL
committee,
Catonsville
sir.
Flood Solutions in Baltimore County.
And you've got to have to turn off your, you've got your
This
YouTube
bill
there.
considers the protection of forest buffers and open.
Okay, do you have YouTube on? You're going to have to turn that off. Okay,
done
now
that.
we got you. You can start 2 minutes. You signed up favorable. You'll be the final favorable witness, then we're going to move to
Okay.
some unfavorable.
Thank you for your patience. I'm Brian England from Columbia, Maryland. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. This was a proverb coined by Benjamin Franklin in 1736, emphasizing that it's easier to stop a problem from happening than to repair the damage. This is what this bill is about, prevention. At last, a watershed bill that addresses the problem, mitigating stormwater in the upper watershed first. I was part of a group of residents of Columbia who oversaw the development of the Columbia Watershed Plan. Although well-intentioned, it didn't and couldn't address the main issue of stormwater flowing from the streets. This is because it was Howard County's responsibility. I watched Howard County spend millions of dollars on projects that did nothing to address the issue at its source. In fact, most of the projects made matters worse. Over the last 15 years, I've seen acres of trees removed, landscapes scraped bare, the very environment that was soaking up the rain destroyed. All a waste of money and an environmental disaster. Please pass Senate Bill 688. As Columbia founders James, I'm going to finish on a quote as I started on a quote. The Columbia founders James Rouse's wife, Lily Rouse, said, "You don't mop the floor until you turn off the tap." It's time to pass this bill and please.
Okay. Okay, Mr. England, I think we got the gist of your testimony, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, questions for any of our 4 in-person panelists or Mr. England virtually? Okay, seeing none, thank you to the entire panel, plus you, Mr. England. Okay, we're going to go to some unfavorables. I'm just going to call up some names. Eric Mickelson, Benjamin Ford, Lisa Oceanhurt, Michael Mason, and Don Butchko. See how many we got here. Is Jesse Hiff here? I'm sorry, Jesse Iliff? Yeah, I apologize for that. Okay, we have 1 or 2 more witnesses on top of this, but let's start here. Don, why don't you, who do you want to start?
Can we have Eric Michelson go first?
Absolutely. Okay, sir, why don't you start? You're on the 2-minute clock, and you're unfavorable.
Thanks. Eric Michelson, Deputy Director, Anne Arundel County Department of Public Works. Thank you, Chair Feldman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify in opposition to SB 688. When I testified in support of SB 969 nearly 2 years ago, it was with the understanding that the updated guidelines and guardrails that legislation provided would add durable direction for stream restoration in Maryland for the next several years. In response, we adjusted our design and permitting approach to incorporate enhanced outreach and more robust community engagement. SB 688 moves in a very different direction. Before MDE has issued a single permit under the public notice rules of the SB 969 framework, and would significantly constrain the practical use of stream restoration as a compliance and water quality tool. Many of my colleagues and partners from across the public and private sectors will address a range of concerns with the bill, but I want to focus on one issue that is particularly consequential: the bill's removal of consideration of costs from evaluations of project feasibility. In practice, this would require stormwater program managers in county and municipal jurisdictions across Maryland to exclude cost from the decision-making framework used to implement MS4 permits and other regulatory obligations. For an above-average sized jurisdiction like Anne Arundel County, cost is not an abstract consideration. It is directly tied to what local ratepayers can sustain and what compliance strategies are viable. Since program inception in FY 2014, Anne Arundel County residents have contributed over $455 million to MS4 compliance. A significant share of those resources have been directed toward meeting impervious surface treatment requirements, often through restoration projects. That work, including stream and wetland restoration, has delivered meaningful pollutant reductions, protected vulnerable wastewater infrastructure, and improved aquatic habitat in local waterways. Maryland has built a strong reputation for environmental restoration supported by capable local programs and a robust ecosystem of public and private expertise. We should be cautious about changes that would undermine effective, accountable implementation, particularly at a moment when we're still in the early stages of the SB 969 framework. Anne Arundel County respectfully urges an unfavorable report on SB 688.
Okay, thank you. So let's go next. Or we just, yep, there you go. One second.
Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. My name is Jesse Iliff. I am the Executive Director of the Severn River Association here in Annapolis, Maryland. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 688. I have technical substantive reasons in my written testimony for why this bill is a bad idea. But before I get to my verbal comments, I want to commend the students behind me. Keep up the passion for clean water and keep thinking and keep learning, starting with the people on this panel. We're firmly opposed to Senate Bill 688. The metaphor I would like to use here is to think of our rivers as a patient who's been involved in a traumatic accident and has a variety of different cuts. We've used the metaphor of a death by 1,000 cuts for a number of rivers in the Bay generally, but some cuts are deeper than others. And a good physician will take a triaged approach to treating a patient, and that's what these stream restorations do. As a practitioner in this field, we are going to prioritize those areas that are delivering the highest rates of pollution to the river that we are in charge of caring for. And there are simply places where the upland practices espoused by the proponents of this bill cannot fit the bill. They are a necessary part of the whole picture, but they are not sufficient to meet the need. And making it impossible to consider cost or the legal right to enter upon property while managing the host of upland projects that would be required to meet the demand is not in accordance with any project management approach that I've ever heard of. You need to be able to get onto property to maintain these practices, to install them in the first place. For those reasons, we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you for your time.
Okay, let's go next.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Benjamin Ford. I'm the Miles Y Eastern Bay Riverkeeper on the Eastern Shore with Short Rivers, here testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 688. We're a Eastern Shore River Protection Organization working to advance Chesapeake Bay pollution reduction goals. Shore Rivers helps fundraise, design, and manage large-scale restoration projects across ag, urban, and suburban landscapes. Our work includes upland stormwater best management practices, reforestation, wetlands, and stream restoration, tools that must be used together to address water quality challenges effectively. I urge anybody on the committee or their staff to come after session, and we'd love to give you guys a tour of what a good stream restoration project can look like. This bill would significantly restrict stream restoration as a viable and science-based pollution reduction strategy at a critical time for bay cleanup and climate resilience efforts. While upland stormwater projects are important, they cannot alone address the widespread degradation of Maryland streams, many of which are rated fair to poor and are major sources of sediment pollution due to erosion and disconnection from their floodplains. Upland projects can also be costly, space limited, dependent on private landowner approval, and maintenance intensive. The bill would also effectively halt agricultural stream restoration everywhere in the state by making landowner constraints effectively disqualifying. Farmers would need to take large swaths of land out of production for the same nutrient and sediment reductions as stream restoration. In addition, the bill would require MDE to withhold pollution reduction credits for stream restoration projects, undermining established science-based crediting systems that rely on measurable outcomes. Shore Rivers contends that the bill's broad language would create a de facto moratorium on stream restoration statewide, despite its intent to address concerns in limited regions. For these reasons, the organization urges an unfavorable report on SB 688. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the other end of the table. Or why don't you go, ma'am?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. Again, my name is Lisa Oxenhurt, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Municipal Stormwater Association, or MAMSA, to oppose Senate Bill 688. MAMSA is an association of local government leaders whose responsibility includes stormwater management. We submitted written testimony, so I will be quick. MAMSA opposes Senate Bill 688 because it would drive up costs for all of the state's 45-plus stormwater permittees, which includes counties, municipalities, and state permittees, because it would eliminate one beneficial and cost-effective restoration option. I will let Don Dorsey, who's behind me from Frederick County, actually share some of those positive projects with you. The increased cost would be passed on to your constituents and to our local citizens. MAMSA members do not want this. Because of these serious cost impacts to the state and the state's localities, MAMSA urges an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 688. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Ms. Mason.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. For the record, Mike Mason. I'm here on behalf of a handful of folks today, the Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals, the American Council of Engineering Companies, Underwood and Associates, Ecosystem Restoration Company, and the Maryland Association of Soil Conservation Districts. We share in the goal of trying to protect our streams and a healthy Chesapeake Bay, but Senate Bill 688 goes kind of beyond that and removes the science-based tools that have been put in place that we've worked through with the whole Watershed Act and the progress that we've made over the years when it comes to this discussion, and it kind of degrades that entire work that's been done over the years. The Chesapeake Bay Restoration Framework and Maryland's own whole Watershed Act assume an all-above toolkit, upland, floodplain, and in-stream practices, so we can treat pollution where it is. SB 688 does the opposite. It elevates upland controls and sidelines in-stream and floodplain restoration, even in tight urban watersheds where upland retrofits are not enough. It's going to make it harder and more expensive for us to try and do these restoration projects to hit our goals to remove nitrogen and phosphorus from our landscapes and sediment target lists. It also puts a further financial burden on our local soil conservation districts who routinely work in these fields and on these projects. As mentioned from the gentleman from Short Rivers, I'd be more than happy to invite folks out to see a solid, really good stream restoration project. A handful of them that some are monitored by the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center just down the road here in Anne Arundel County. Some that have been removed as low hazard dams, done as proper stream restorations that have been very successful as well too. We've built a national basis and a caliber restoration industry with all of our engineers, scientists, and nonprofits and nurseries that are surrounded around this. By passing this bill, we'd really be taking a step back in all the work that we've done, especially in this committee, passing the whole Watershed Act. So on behalf of all the organizations, respectfully, we ask an unfavorable report.
Mr. Butchko.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko here with MACO here in opposition to Senate Bill 688. You have two really good technical experts here, one from Anne Arundel, one that's about to come up from Frederick County. Me too, and we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, questions for this panel of unfavorables? Okay, seeing none, thank you all for your testimony. We have two final witnesses for on this bill and for the day. Mr. Dorsey from Frederick County, why don't you come up here, Donald Dorsey. And we have one virtual witness, Nicholas Dilks. Is he in the, okay, you're both signed up unfavorable. Why don't you pull him up? And that'll be the extent of the testimony. So Mr. Dorsey, on behalf of Frederick County, why don't you begin?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. For the record, my name is Donald Dorsey, and I am Department Head for Department of Stormwater in Frederick County's Division of Energy and Environment. My career began 26 years ago as a freshwater biologist, and I've seen firsthand how properly designed stream restoration on the right degraded systems can restore function and habitat that would never recover on its own. That experience is why I'm here today urging unfavorable report on Senate Bill 688. In addition to what was previously stated in my written comments, I wanted to talk a little bit about if this bill were to pass, Frederick County will fail its MS4 permit, or Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System permit, and likely face consent decrees for unmet impervious surface restoration obligations. Severely degraded stream banks in Frederick County do not self-recover. 14-foot unvegetated banks release nutrient-rich sediment that harms aquatic habitat. Frederick County studies have shown stream restoration projects increase habitat and stability along its corridor. Our residents consistently support stream restoration because they see firsthand the benefits to safety, water quality, and long-term stream stability. I want to point to some examples for everyone. One of the examples is our Point of Rocks. We had a high hazard dam, and the stream restoration provided us the safe removal of removing the high hazard dam, preventing a potential 4-foot wall of water to come down to Route 28 and into the MARC train station. Can you imagine during a sunny day if that embankment were to fail? Because of the stream restoration project, the credits that were associated for the MS4 permit, we were able to receive federal support from Senator Ben Cardin and FEMA's Building Resilience Infrastructure and Communities program. The restoration added wetlands, riparian buffers, and removed a floodplain dwelling. With that, wanted to be here if you had any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Okay, let's just go to our final witness, and then we'll take questions. Mr. Dilks, why don't you proceed with your up to 2-minute unfavorable testimony?
Yes, thank you and good evening. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and the committee. I'm here to testify asking for an unfavorable report to Senate Bill 688. My name is Nick Dilks. I'm the founder and a managing partner at Ecosystem Investment Partners. We're a investment firm based here in Baltimore City. I've also personally spent over 30 years working in land conservation and restoration to help protect and restore the Chesapeake Bay. Our company has invested over $1 billion of private capital across the country to restore tens of thousands of acres of wetlands and hundreds of miles of stream. In Maryland alone, we've invested over $25 million to restore streams, all to benefit water quality in the Chesapeake Bay and improve habitat. Our major concern with the proposed bill is that it would effectively ban stream restoration as a key tool for bay restoration. We've done stream restoration projects over 250 miles in 15 states, and I can say that the type of restrictions proposed would effectively ban restoration. A couple key points I would point out that maybe in addition to the others that have testified. One is scale. While the whole Watershed Act, we would agree, looks at all activities, including upland actions. A lot of those upland actions without stream restoration as a component will never get to the scale of nutrient sediment reduction that we need to comply with the TMDL for the Chesapeake Bay. And so it is a really critical tool, again, to get to the scale. The other thing I would add is that the bill as proposed would directly conflict with the Federal Clean Water Act mitigation requirements that do require some in-channel stream restoration activity. Preservation and upland action alone do not constitute viable mitigation practices to comply with the Clean Water Act 404 mitigation impacts. And so if we remove stream channel restoration as an activity, you'll basically have a direct conflict with the federal permitting. So again, thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we ask for an unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dilks. Any questions for Mr. Dorsey or Mr. Dilks? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on that piece of legislation, which I will say is Senate Bill 688, and that completes our work for today, ladies and gentlemen of the committee.
Thank you, sir. I'm ahead of you. You want to come to the house? So now you know. But he knows what he's talking about. He knows that's the difference. Just